If he remembered correctly, the spirit array he left behind was one that could occasionally improve the quality of a refined pill. But now, Xianxia had also learned a great deal more of the mysteries of the true alchemic way. The spirit array he had just given Lucy was one that could improve the success rate of refining a pill, and its grade was much higher than the previous one, so he was absolutely confident in his statement. With Xiao Fushang's alchemy level coupled with this spirit array, it could be said that refining the pill Lucy wanted was guaranteed. "Can you be sure that the pill refining won't fail?" Lucy asked trepidatiously. "Absolutely," Xianxia stated once more. "But what if?" "There are no ifs." Lucy grinned wryly, really not knowing what to say. Xianxia had already stood up and cupped his hands towards Lucy. "Senior C, it's best to act decisively. I believe it shouldn't take you long to rush to Hidden Cloud Peak." "And good." Being prodded so, Lucy made up his mind and stood up excitedly. The pill ingredients had long ago been gathered. Although these materials weren't easy to find, given the Lu family's capital and the importance of Lucy, it wasn't too difficult to collect them. Lucy acted swiftly, pulling out a number of jade boxes from a hidden storage in the room, each one carefully storing one of the required spirit herbs. After packing everything carefully into his travel bag, he turned around and saw that Xianxia had at some point hoisted the yang crystal jade bed onto his shoulder, grinning happily and showed his teeth. "Senior C, it's been a pleasure doing business with you." Xianxia laughed and strode out with the jade bed. Lucy opened his mouth to say something but quickly swallowed his words back down. As of now, all he could do was hope that what Xianxia had said was true. Lu Liang and others who were waiting outside and stared awkwardly as Xianxia arrogantly walked off with this precious treasure. This was Grand Elder C's life-saving yang crystal jade bed. Was it really going to be carried off just like that? Prying their eyes away from Xianxia, they saw Grand Elder C wearing a helpless expression. All the Lu family elders were dumbstruck. "No need to see me out." Xianxia smiled and nodded towards everyone before carefully walking out. It was as if a robber had come, taken all their money, and showed off his haul before departing. What was worse, the Lu family masters could only stand there and watch as it happened. A moment later, Xianxia felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking back, Xianxia saw Lucy standing behind him awkwardly. Traces of nervousness and hesitation flashed across his face. What is it?" Xianxia suddenly became impatient. Haggling over this yang crystal jade bed with Lucy for so long was not something he had intended. "Young Master Yang, this old master wants to ask one last time, are you really certain the alchemy refinement will succeed?" He apparently still felt a bit worried. As he asked, his eyes unconsciously drifted to the jade bed on Xianxia's shoulder, seemingly like he was staring at his old lover, reluctant to part with it. "If you don't have the courage to even bet, then give me back that letter. I don't want to do this kind of thankless thing." Xianxia coldly snorted, clearly displeased. Lucy felt a headache coming on and remained indecisive for a while longer before gritting his teeth and nodding. "Good. This old master will believe you. Good," Xianxia declared. "I'll take my leave." Lucy struggled for a moment to remove his hand, then reluctantly stared at the jade bed as Xianxia walked off. When Xianxia's back had disappeared, the Lu family group also became extremely worried. Lu Liang quickly stepped forward and asked, "Senior C, isn't this all a bit hasty? Then what do you suggest I do about it? With such an opportunity right in front of me, do you want me to just let it slip through my fingertips?" Lucy was also depressed and sighed. "This is akin to a life or death battle. There's only one choice: to fight. This old master must set out right away. I will return in a few days." Saying so, he leapt into the air and shot out like lightning, disappearing off into the horizon. After Lucy disappeared, Lu Liang stood in thought for a long time before ordering, "All of you, arrange some manpower to observe young Master Yang and see what he does over the next few days. But don't expose yourselves." The gathered masters nodded somewhat begrudgingly. Behind the Lu family main yard, Xianxia returned to his temporary accommodations with great enthusiasm and stepped through the gate. Upon entering, he saw Qiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman sitting at a table in the yard. Looking somewhat bored, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian sat nearby accompanying them. After realizing Yang Kai had returned, Qiu Yimeng was immediately shocked upon seeing the yang crystal jade bed he was carrying. Little Lord! Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also quickly stepped forward. The two of them had nearly fully recovered after several days of healing, and no signs of injury or weakness could be seen on them anymore. Where did you find such a large piece of precious jade? Qiu Yimeng asked curiously. It's the Lu family's treasure, Yang Kai responded in an offhanded manner before walking to a nearby stone table in the courtyard to set the jade bed down. It's beautiful, Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, not understanding much about this treasure, stepping forward to touch the jade bed and muttering, "It's still warm. It looks like it would be comfortable to sleep on." Qiu Yimeng's expression suddenly became dignified. She had thought that Yang Kai had simply taken a large piece of precious jade from the Lu family, but upon examining it closer, she realized there was a terrifying amount of energy stored inside this precious treasure. If it were to be used in artifact refining, it would definitely have a huge effect. The more she gently stroked the yang crystal jade bed, the more she felt that it was not simple. This treasure, it seems like its grade is not low. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were also observing, and the seriousness of their expressions was easy to see. Such a large piece of precious jade was a rarity even for the Yang family. Heaven knows how much money the Lu family must have spent to acquire this thing. Is this mysterious grade mid-rank Yang crystal jade? After a long time, Tu Feng hesitantly asked. Hearing this, everyone wore a shocked expression as all their faces went blank. Mysterious grade mid-rank. The grade of this treasure was surprisingly high. In this world, amongst all precious treasures, mysterious grade top rank was the highest, and mid-rank and top rank were only a single rank apart. What was rarest, though, was that this thing appeared to be a single large piece of yang crystal jade that had naturally formed over an extremely long period of time. It was the ultimate natural bed. Even if one didn't cultivate a positive attribute secret art, just sitting above it and cultivating would bring many benefits. Are you certain it is mysterious grade mid-rank? Qiu Yimeng looked at Tu Feng in surprise. Although her eyesight wasn't bad, it was still somewhat inferior to a top-rank Immortal Ascension boundary master. It's definitely mysterious grade mid-rank. Tang Yuxian confirmed. A strange expression slowly spread across her pretty face as she turned towards Yang Kai. Little Lord, did you really get this from the Lu family? Of course. Qiu Yimeng frowned and muttered under her breath. I remember that the Lu family's above Immortal Ascension boundary Lu Si encountered some difficulties during his breakthrough, which led to his meridians becoming damaged. I was told by the Grand Elder of the Qiu family at that time that it would be best for him to make a bed out of yang crystal jade and cultivate atop it in order to dredge his meridians with mild yang qi. My family's elder also said that if the Lu family's Grand Elder didn't seek out such a jade bed quickly, not only would his strength fall, but even his life would be threatened. Yang Kai, this couldn't be Lu Si's bed, right? Qiu Yimeng's heart clenched as she thought of this. Yang Kai looked at her with slight surprise and said, You know quite a lot. It is. Qiu Yimeng immediately covered her mouth and couldn't believe what she was hearing. This time even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were shocked. Naturally they knew who Lu Si was. As one of the few above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, he had become world-famous long ago. However, no one here could understand what kind of skill Yang Kai had used in order to obtain this jade bed. This thing was comparable to Lu Si's life. Wasn't this like Yang Kai had killed Lu Si? Little Lord? Tang Yuxian looked awkwardly at Yang Kai and asked, What price did you pay in order to get this from Lu Si? Qiu Yimeng and Tu Feng also looked at him curiously. The pure monetary value of this jade bed was immeasurable, coupled with its special use for Lu Si. If Yang Kai hadn't paid an enormous price, how could he have safely brought it back with him? I just helped him with a little something and he gave it to me as thanks. Yang Kai smiled indifferently, not saying any more. Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed, seemingly thinking about something while both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were also obviously not convinced by Yang Kai's statement, and all of them sunk into contemplation. Fine. I'll just ask Lu Liang myself. Qiu Yimeng didn't bother asking anything anymore. simply declaring somewhat begrudgingly. With the relationship between the Qiu family and Lu family, she could naturally obtain the truth by speaking a few words to Lu Liang. Do as you'd like. Yang Kai shrugged indifferently. In any case, it wasn't like he had anything to hide. Suddenly, his expression became somewhat treacherous. We'll spend a few more days here and then set out. Qiu Yimeng, if you can't wait, you can head back to the central capital ahead of us. Of course I'll wait for you. Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly. Clicking his tongue, Yang Kai quickly picked up the Yang crystal jade bed and headed back to his house to cultivate. Humph. Trying to act all mysterious. Qiu Yimeng lightly snorted, waving her sleeve as she led Luo Xiaoman off, obviously going to seek out Lu Liang to get some answers. Young Lady Qiu, once you learn the truth, please inform us too. Tu Feng laughed. N. Qiu Yimeng nodded casually. After Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman departed, Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng both shocked their heads and smiled. The longer I stay with the little lord, the more I can't see through him, Tu Feng whispered. Tang Yuxian also deeply nodded. It seems that he can often bring forth amazing surprises. When they had first found Yang Kai, he had been facing off in a life-or-death battle against 4 immortal Ascension boundary masters. His unyielding heart and aggressive demeanor had made both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian feel like his disposition suited them. His little trick which had caused the two of them to help him snap the Nan family's young lord's fingers, and the way he had subdued the golden feather eagle were also impressive. Upon returning to High Heaven Pavilion, they learned that Yang Kai and the new demon lord actually shared the same route. While at High Heaven Pavilion, Qiu Yimeng had also strongly advocated for Yang Kai, which had brought them no small shock. A few days ago, when they were sensing his cultivation technique, both of them had inadvertently injured themselves, yet the little lord remained safe and sound, and now, he had managed to obtain an extremely valuable piece of precious jade from the hands of an above immortal Ascension boundary master with seemingly very little effort. After experiencing all of these events, how could the two of them not marvel at the ability of this little lord of theirs? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian counted silently and soon realized that from the time they had found Yang Kai to the present, it had only been about 1 month. In such a short period of time, whether consciously or unconsciously, he had displayed many unparalleled methods which had slowly made the two blood warriors dare not underestimate him. Without even mentioning his formidable background, just the little lord himself seemed very unusual. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the Yang crystal jade bed, furiously circulating his true Yang secret art. When Lu Si sat atop this jade bed, he would gently pull a thread of Yang Qi in order to soothe his meridians. But now, Yang Kai wantonly extracted the Yang Qi from the Yang crystal jade bed at an astonishing rate. Yang Kai's whole body seemed like it had become a bottomless pit. All of his pores were fully open and exhibited an unparalleled suction power. The golden energy was drawn out from the Yang crystal jade bed at a rate the naked eye could see. It was like hundreds of silk threads were flowing out of the Yang crystal jade into Yang Kai's meridians to gather in his dantian. An indescribably comfortable feeling suddenly arose inside him. Yang Kai was astonished by the strength and purity of the Yang Qi in this mysterious grade mid-rank precious jade. Seeming to have been stimulated by this torrent of Yang Qi, Yang Kai felt his meridians constantly quench and flush themselves of impurities, purifying his Yang Qi and making it denser. Quickly, Yang Kai felt his meridians swell up. Then, with an accompanying low rumble, a new drop of Yang liquid formed and was deposited in his dantian. His once bloated meridians suddenly became empty, and the cycle of Yang Qi intake began again. The Yang Qi in the jade bed quickly transformed into Yang Kai's strength. The Yang liquid in his dantian formed one drop after another, and the entire Yang crystal jade bed began to shrink very slowly. During this process, Yang Kai's physique, his 5 viscera, and 6 organs seemed to undergo an incredible baptism. 2 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, and a light flashed across them. There were now more than 200 drops of Yang liquid in his dantian. When he had left the evil cavern, Yang Kai only had a trivial 20 or so drops of Yang liquid left, but now the number had increased tenfold. It was obvious how terrifying the quantity of Yang Qi contained in this large Yang crystal jade bed was. Yang Kai's current yang liquid was very different from when he had begun cultivating. Yang Kai's true qi was exceptionally pure, and the energy contained in every single drop of yang liquid was also many times greater than before. Therefore, even if it was only 200 drops, it was actually an astonishing amount. At the very least, it was enough to support Yang Kai for a long time. The entire yang crystal jade bed had almost disappeared. Lu Si would be shocked that the treasure he had been using to heal himself, the precious jade the Lu family had spent an incalculable fortune to acquire, had nearly disappeared from this world only a couple of days after it had changed hands. Only a piece small enough to fit in one's palm was left. Yang Kai gripped this small piece of yang crystal jade, and his eyes flashed as he stared at it skeptically. He discovered that he couldn't absorb the energy in this small piece of yang crystal jade, even if he ran his true yang secret art at full strength. It seemed that there was something mystical inside that was resisting the absorption force from his body. If he really wanted to absorb it, Yang Kai was confident that he could extract the remaining energy inside the jade piece, but when he discovered such a strange phenomenon, he was more inclined to examine it than simply absorb it. The palm-sized jade block still had the same golden glow as before, but the richness of its color was far greater than the peripheral yang crystal jade. The circulating hue almost appeared like a golden molten liquid rather than the previous wisps of gas. Staring at it curiously, though, he couldn't unravel anything special about it. After a moment, Yang Kai used his divine sense to probe the jade. However, even if he fully exerted his divine sense, all he could sense inside the jade block was darkness, like there was absolutely nothing abnormal about it. With neither his true qi nor his divine sense probes yielding anything, the obvious conclusion was that this piece of jade was just a normal piece of yang crystal jade. But Yang Kai couldn't shake the feeling that something was unusual about it, so after contemplating for a moment, he called out, "Tu Feng Yuxian." The door opened soon after, and Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian walked in. "What orders does little lord have?" Tu Feng asked loudly. Tang Yuxian, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai curiously. She discovered that after not seeing him for only 2 days, this little lord of hers seemed to have become stronger. Although his realm remained at the true element boundary 7th stage, which she knew he had also broken through to not long ago, Yang Kai's cultivation had largely consolidated, even showing some faint signs of breaking through once more. Impossible! Tang Yuxian shook her head secretly. After just 2 days of retreat, how could he have achieved such phenomenal growth? Also, where did that yang crystal jade bed go? Tang Yuxian couldn't see the large jade bed anywhere inside the house. Yang Kai casually threw the jade block in his hand to Tu Feng and asked, "Take a look at this thing. Can you discover anything unusual about it?" Tu Feng took the jade in hand, and his eyes flashed in surprise. But he quickly steadied himself and wrinkled his brow as he released his true qi and divine sense into the block, examining it for a while before shaking his head and replying, "My accomplishments with divine sense aren't as good as Yuxian's. It's best if you let her see it." It was now Yang Kai's turn to look strangely at Tang Yuxian, not having expected that her soul would be stronger than Tu Feng's to the point where he would readily acknowledge it. Anyone who reached the immortal ascension boundary was not only required to increase the strength of their true qi but also, and perhaps more importantly, they needed to cultivate their soul. Some people had a greater understanding and aptitude towards divine sense and soul skills, and this naturally gave them an advantage over other immortal ascension boundary masters of the same realm. Apparently Tang Yuxian was one such person. Yang Kai nodded, and Tu Feng easily passed the jade block to Tang Yuxian. The latter simply smiled softly, took the jade block, closed her eyes, and poured her divine sense into it. Gradually, the look on Tang Yuxian's elegant face became slightly serious. Apparently she had really discovered something, and thus the output of her spiritual energy also began increasing steadily. Yang Kai's eyes brightened upon seeing this, and he secretly looked forward to unraveling this mystery. A good while later, Tang Yuxian took back her divine sense, exhaled softly, and opened her eyes with clear signs of excitement apparent on her face. "Little lord, this precious jade has bred a true spirit." "A true spirit?" Yang Kai and Tu Feng both exclaimed together. "A true spirit." Tang Yuxian nodded firmly and quickly elaborated. "On top of that, as far as I can tell, it formed quite some time ago, and has already achieved a certain degree of sentience, so it was able to deceive your divine sense. This true spirit has its own consciousness? Tu Feng half-shouted. That means, at minimum, it's over 1,000 years old. Ahem! Yang Kai gave a wink to Tu Feng. Seeing this, Tu Feng suddenly remembered something and quietly released his divine sense to carefully examine the surroundings. A moment later, a harsh coldness filled his expression as he grunted heavily. In that sweep of the area, he discovered several Immortal Ascension boundary masters hiding their auras around this house, obviously monitoring the situation inside Yang Kai's courtyard. Obviously, these people were masters from the Lu family. It wasn't that Tu Feng's divine sense wasn't as strong as these people, but these masters had also taken advantage of a few special artifacts which helped hide their presence. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's reminder, prompting him to intentionally probe the surroundings, it was likely he wouldn't have even noticed their presence. In his heart, Tu Feng was secretly surprised, and did not know whether Yang Kai was just being cautious or if he was already aware of them. After knowing someone was watching outside, Tu Feng didn't dare say too much. Yang Kai beckoned both of them closer, quickly letting Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian sit down a short distance away from himself. The three of them leaned their heads in closer and whispered softly, "I've heard about some precious treasures breeding true spirits in the past. It is said that if a piece of precious jade has an exceptionally long history, there is a chance for it to give birth to a true spirit. Is this the situation right now?" Yang Kai asked in a lowered voice. Tang Yuxian nodded slightly, whispering, It's just that the chance of such a true spirit forming inside such a jade is exceptionally small. Out of over 10,000 precious jades of such age, it's not certain even one will breed a true spirit." As she spoke, her expression became slightly agitated. But once a true spirit is born inside a precious jade, its value immediately rises several tens of times. Tu Feng also nodded in agreement. Indeed. Yang Kai suddenly became interested and asked curiously, "What kind of uses does such a true spirit have?" The two blood warriors looked at each other and suddenly felt relieved. After they had started accompanying Yang Kai, it was always he who had marveled both of them. But now it seems that he really was still just a young man. In terms of knowledge and information, he was still not a match for them. It turns out we can still be of use to this little lord. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought to themselves. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, Tang Yuxian hurriedly replied, "The formation of a true spirit is incredibly difficult and can only occur in the largest and highest quality jade mines. If I'm not mistaken, the Lu family's Yang crystal jade bed should have been extracted from a large-scale Yang crystal jade mine. The Yang crystal jade in that mine was likely very high in grade, and that Yang crystal jade bed was likely the core of the mine. And this small piece should be the innermost piece of that Yang crystal jade bed, right?" At this point, Tang Yuxian naturally could guess the origin of this jade block. Tang Yuxian smiled brilliantly. The Lu family must have thought that the Yang crystal jade bed was the essence of that jade mine. But in fact, this palm-sized piece of jade is the core of that essence. The energy contained within it and its true value is probably higher than the rest of that entire jade mine. Yang Kai suddenly became infected with her excitement. Also, the most important aspect of a true spirit is it can achieve sentience. Tang Yuxian's eyes flashed a fervent light, not making any effort to conceal the enthusiasm in her voice. If it can be refined into an artifact, then when the artifact is completed, its grade will surely be improved by leaps and bounds. It's even possible that if an artifact refining grandmaster were to refine an artifact with it could possibly become a spirit-grade artifact. Spirit-grade artifact. That was something only heard of in legends. Xiao Fusheng's lifelong pursuit had been to be the first person to refine a spirit-grade pill. In a similar fashion, the highest level of artifacts so far had always been mysterious grade top rank, and such artifacts were extremely scarce. There had never been a confirmed spirit-grade artifact. It seemed as if there was some kind of power in this world that suppressed the advancement of artifact refinement and alchemy, making mysterious grade top rank the highest achievable height. If you give it some time and allow it to fully develop its consciousness, then it will certainly be able to play a huge role. This is truly a blessing from the heavens. An unparalleled good fortune, Tu Feng quickly added. Oh? How long will that take? Yang Kai asked. Tang Yuxian smiled wryly. At the very least, it will take a few hundred years, most likely more. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. A few hundred years later, who knew if he would be dead or alive? The growth of a true spirit is definitely slow as it's not a physical entity per se. But if it does achieve maturity, it will become unrivaled in this world. Is it really so powerful? Yang Kai inhaled a sharp breath. It is most certainly that powerful. Tang Yuxian nodded, and her expression became serious. In addition to artifact refining, if you can safely absorb this true spirit, it will provide a tremendous boost to your strength. It may even grant you some unexpected benefits or even bestow upon you some kind of heaven-defying ability. Hearing this last bit of information, Yang Kai suddenly felt the urge to immediately absorb the true spirit. Tang Yuxian obviously saw this look in Yang Kai's eyes and quickly waved her hands, sternly warning, "Little Lord, you mustn't act impulsively. The energy contained within this small piece of jade is beyond your imagination. If you really tried to assimilate it now, the results would be disastrous." "I know." Yang Kai saw her so earnestly remind him and was secretly surprised. However, he understood that trying to absorb this true spirit now would leave him more unfortunate than fortunate. After seeing Yang Kai's honest reply, Tang Yuxian returned the small piece of jade to him and said, "Little Lord has gotten something good, but make sure you don't spread such news around or I'm afraid many of this world's powerhouses will seek trouble with you over it." Yang Kai nodded, as he carefully stowed the jade piece into his black book space. Inside there it would be near impossible for someone else to find. Tu Feng grinned, chuckling slightly. It looks like the Lu family has eaten a big loss this time. No matter what Yang Kai had paid for Lu Si's jade bed, it was obvious that he had picked up an incredible bargain. Tang Yuxian also smiled happily. They must not have imagined it possible that a true spirit would exist within that Yang crystal jade. This true spirit had already begun to form its consciousness, so it was able to deceive most masters' divine senses. Before, when it was hiding inside the Yang crystal jade bed, it was unlikely that Lu Si had discovered it. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to give it to Yang Kai. Humph, the Lu family has some guts, even daring to monitor Little Lord's movements. Such people are not worthy of trying to win over. Tu Feng grumbled. Yuxian and I have already fully recovered. Little Lord, when do you plan on setting out again? We'll leave tomorrow, Yang Kai said decisively. He hadn't planned on staying at the Lu family home for a long time, and he had only tarried here these past few days in order to let the two blood warriors heal, and so that he could absorb the energy in the Yang crystal jade. Having been away from home for so many years, even Yang Kai couldn't wait to go back to see his family. Good. I'll inform young Lady Chiu. She had said she wanted to travel together with us earlier. Tang Yuxian nodded. Yang Kai's intent to leave the Lu family soon spread. Lu Liang and the rest of the Lu family elders collectively breathed a sigh of relief upon learning this. Although they couldn't express exactly why, every day Yang Kai was here was another day they felt uncomfortable. They even worried slightly that the other Yang family young lords would learn that their Lu family had been in contact with Yang Kai. In the evening, Lu Liang once again hosted a grand banquet for Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng. At the banquet, everyone talked about their past heroics and future aspirations. But the Yang family inheritance war and the central capital's current situation were both glossed over completely. Qiu Yimeng looked around and immediately understood that the Lu family was not optimistic about Yang Kai, but she didn't make any effort to persuade them otherwise and ate very little before departing early. Exactly the same as she had done the first night they had arrived. Yang Kai also simply enjoyed the feast, not once bringing up the idea of winning over the Lu family. Instead, he drank and ate the various delicacies and spirit fruits placed before him merrily, allowing Lu Liang and the others to unconsciously feel relieved. All of them were fearful that he would broach the subject of recruiting them to his cause at the last minute. If he did, Lu Liang didn't know how he would respond. Although the wine was the same as before, but different from when he had arrived, the others' attitude towards Yang Kai had undergone some subtle changes. The Lu family leaders were still respectful and polite, but they also seemed less inclined to flatter or curry favor with him. Once 3 rounds of drink had been downed, everyone returned to their respective residences to rest. The next day, all of the Lu family's leadership came to see Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng off from the main entrance with Lu Liang at their head. Lu Liang sincerely stared towards Yang Kai and said, "Young Master Yang, safe journeys on your way to the central capital, and remember, this inheritance war cannot be taken lightly." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Liang suddenly smiled and continued, "Since young Master Yang has honored my Lu family with a visit, this Lu also wishes to deliver you some silver as a token of friendship. I hope that young Master Yang will not decline." Saying so, he beckoned to a man behind him. The man hurried forward upon being summoned and held out a box of silver coins with both hands. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expression became slightly dark, obviously unhappy, as they coldly glanced towards Yang Kai, waiting for his instructions. However, Yang Kai didn't seem to notice anything and instead smiled back and nodded. "Since Patriarch Lu wishes to send this young lord a gift, I have no reason to decline. Tu Feng, accept it." "Yes." Tu Feng nodded lightly and took up the box of silver coins. "The Lu family wishes young Master Yang victory in the inheritance war and glory in your future." Lu Liang gently cupped his fists and shouted. Yang Kai laughed seemingly happily. "This young lord will take advantage of Patriarch Lu's auspicious words." Saying so, Yang Kai mounted his cloud-treading colt and turned to leave, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly following behind. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman also mounted on the cloud-treading colts the Lu family had prepared for them and set out. But after a few steps, Qiu Yimeng paused and whispered with a sigh, "Lu Liang, this time, I'm afraid you've misjudged." Lu Liang's expression changed slight and tried to say something, but Qiu Yimeng had already urged her cloud-treading colt forward and was moving away at great speed. Behind him, the Lu family elders all wore uncomfortable expressions. "I've misjudged." Lu Liang frowned and turned over the words Qiu Yimeng had left him. Her meaning was obvious. It was clear that she blamed Lu Liang for despising Yang Kai. "But even if you are the first young lady of the Qiu family, in the end, you're still nothing but a young woman. In terms of vision or strategy, how can you compare with this old master?" Although Lu Liang was also somewhat disturbed by these final words, he eventually dismissed Qiu Yimeng's rebuke. After all, time will only prove that this old master hasn't miscalculated. The 5 cloud-treading colts galloped quickly with Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman slowly catching up from behind. After leaving the Lu family, both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had always been in a mood, unintentionally staring towards Yang Kai. When they had departed, Lu Liang's attitude had seemed to be sincere and generous. However, what was actually going through his mind was apparent to everyone. If the Lu family really wanted to make friends with Yang Kai, they wouldn't have seen him off with a bit of money. What was the inheritance war truly about? It was a contest which compared the communication and leadership skills of the Yang family young lords. The most important factors were how many talents they could recruit and how many materials they could gather. If the Lu family wanted to stand by Yang Kai's side to participate in the inheritance war, at the very least they should have provided him with some manpower, precious treasures, artifacts, or martial techniques. Then what did it mean to only give Yang Kai some silver? In this world, sometimes there were things money couldn't buy. This was especially true when it came to rare and valuable things. Although Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had only been accompanying Yang Kai for a short time, but they were well aware that Yang Kai's talent and aptitude were extraordinary. In terms of Yang Kai's future achievements, both of them were full of confidence. The Lu family treating Yang Kai so disdainfully had clearly made the 2 blood warriors uncomfortable. There was just one thing they couldn't understand. If the Lu family wasn't planning to support Yang Kai, then why did they bother giving him these silver coins at all? This was almost like saying, "I don't want to stand on the same side as you. I'd still like to make friends with you." It was just Yang Kai who knew that Lu Liang had only decided to give him some silver when he learned about his relationship with Xiao Fusheng. If it weren't out of consideration for Xiao Fusheng's face, it was likely that Lu Liang wouldn't have given him anything. Seemingly aware of the 2 blood warriors' discontent, Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes and said, "If you have something to say, why bother enduring?" Tu Feng spat disdainfully, before angrily replying, "Then I'll speak. Young Lady Chiu, you should let my words pass from your left ear to your right, like you never even heard them. Good, speak. I'm also interested in what you have to say." "Little Lord," Tu Feng shouted. "I've checked. Lu Liang really only gave you a bit of silver. There's only 3 million worth of coin in this box. Isn't that a bit too stingy? Then how much do you want?" Yang Kai glanced back at him, laughing dumbly. His Lu family is also a first-class family. What does it mean to give only 3 million silvers? If one buys a few bottles of good pills or a couple good artifacts, this money will be gone. At the very least, he should have given 10 million silvers. A gift of 3 million silvers only serves to lose face for the Lu family. That's right. This so-called gift of theirs is no better than an insult. Tang Yuxian also nodded deeply. 3 million silvers is 3 million more than zero, Yang Kai said with a grin. I'm not afraid to tell you. This young lord currently has no silver on him at all. These 3 million silvers are actually quite useful to me. Although this money may look like a lot, but when it comes to the inheritance war, money is essentially the most useless resource. Tu Feng replied indignantly. Lu Liang clearly knows this. Yet he still went through with this farce. If not for his Lu family's relationships with young Lady Chiu's family, I'd have beaten him bloody and forced him to swallow these silver coins. Chiu Yimeng shook her head and smiled. Lu Liang really was short-sighted this time, but it's not like he is completely to blame. It was more because your little lord was acting too outrageously. Young Lady Chiu, what do you mean to say? How can you blame the little lord? Tang Yuxian was shocked for a moment. Why don't you ask him yourself? He knows best how he acted in the Lu family these past few days. Chiu Yimeng said, pulling her cloud-treading colt abreast to Yang Kai's and glaring towards him. Why you? Are you even aware of what your own situation is right now? Why did you so offhandedly dismiss the opportunity one set up for you to win over the Lu family? Yang Kai only glanced at her for a moment before turning his eyes away. Hey! I asked you a question. Chiu Yimeng shouted, unable to hold back any longer. Don't you understand that not only did you fail to make an ally, but you may have also added to your enemies? If you keep acting like this, you'll soon find yourself surrounded on all sides. An ally? Yang Kai sneered. Someone who's only interested in gaining the most benefits they can from associating with me isn't qualified to be my ally. Where are you going to find allies who don't have their own interests? Don't you think you're being too naive? I'm too lazy to explain myself to you. How I do things is none of your concern. Chiu Yimeng nearly choked at this harsh rejection, and suddenly wore an annoyed expression as she replied in a low voice. Just you wait. After this young lady arrives back at the central capital, I'll join forces with one of the other Yang family young lords and trample flat that smug face of yours. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian suddenly became short of breath and hurriedly said, Young Lady Chiu, please have care how you speak. Yang Kai, however, just smirked. You can try. Just don't blame me afterwards for trampling flat your Chiu family when you lose. Chiu Yimeng stared in shock at Yang Kai, seemingly never thinking he would speak such vicious words to her. Even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian behind the pair were overwhelmed. Even they felt that Yang Kai's remarks were a bit too arrogant and overbearing. However, they were suddenly put on edge and wanted to say a few words to Yang Kai while soothing Chiu Yimeng's anger. But when they saw her expression, the two blood warriors couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. Not only did she not seem to care, but instead was smiling as she stared towards Yang Kai. Wearing a beautiful smile as she spoke as sweetly as possible, she asked, Yang Kai, tell me honestly, aside from that devilish woman, how many connections do you have and how many forces are you able to draw to your side? Yang Kai speaking so confidently had caused Chiu Yimeng to immediately realize something, so she suddenly showed interest in these matters. After taking a glance at her though, Yang Kai just laughed wildly and replied, None. I'm just a loner. I'd be a pig if I believed you. Chiu Yimeng sneered. The Lan River ran through the Great Han Dynasty like a long sleeping dragon, dividing the country into two parts. On the river's surface, which was more than a few thousand meters in breadth, Rapids and eddies were frequently seen and ferocious waves splashed at its banks. When Yang Kai's group of 5 arrived at the Lan River, they gazed across it for a moment in admiration. "We're almost there. After crossing the Lan River and passing through Feng Province, we'll reach the central capital." Tu Feng seemed to fear that Yang Kai, who had been away from home for several years, wouldn't remember such landmarks. "How about we let the cloud-treading colts take a rest? They've been running for almost 3 days straight now." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Little lord, you rest while I go find a boat to cross the river." Tu Feng grinned while releasing his divine sense, and a moment later turned towards a certain direction and flew off. This group all had cultivations above the true element boundary, so even though the Lan River was a few thousand meters wide, it wouldn't be an issue for them to fly over it. But although they could fly, the cloud-treading colts obviously couldn't, so it was still necessary to find a boat that could ferry these monster beasts across the river. A short time later, a modest-sized boat sailed up the river towards Yang Kai and his group with Tu Feng standing at its bow, waving towards them. Seeing this, Tang Yuxian grinned and led her and Tu Feng's cloud-treading colts forward. "Let's go." For people and 5 monster beasts walked up to the shore and were trying to board the boat when the boatman frowned slightly and said to Tu Feng, "Great warrior, why didn't you tell this old man that you also had 5 horses?" Luo Xiaoman couldn't help laughing when she heard this. The cloud-treading colt really did look similar to an ordinary horse, but even though the two appeared similar, they were very different. Only an ordinary person wouldn't notice the difference. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with this though. Qiu Yimeng and Tang Yuxian also giggled softly. Tu Feng quickly replied, "So what if we have horses? Is there a problem?" No. The boatman, who appeared to be an old man in his 50s, quickly shook his head. "It's just that if you want to take these horses across the river, you'll need to pay extra." Tu Feng suddenly rolled his eyes. Fine, we'll pay." Hearing these words, the boatman suddenly looked happy. "If my lord says so, then there's no problem, everyone come up." Yang Kai's group all shook their heads lightly. Each of their statuses was quite profound and all of them were powerful cultivators in their own right. So even though the boat was a little cramped, they were obviously disinclined to argue with this ordinary old man who used this ferry to maintain a meager life. The boat was small, but it was still big enough to handle 5 people and 5 monster beasts at once. With the boatman securing the sails and casting off, the boat set out towards the opposite shore. Standing on the deck, Tang Yuxian laughed and said, "I've never actually been on a boat before, with how it rocks back and forth. If an ordinary person were to try standing atop it for a long time, I'm sure they'd start feeling sick." Tu Feng nodded in agreement. True. It's probably not easy making a living on this river." Although Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman didn't say anything, they both nodded to express their approval. The two of them had also apparently never ridden a boat like this, so they were obviously intrigued by the experience. As the ship swayed back and forth and the water lapped up against the hull, the 2 young ladies seemed to be greatly enjoying themselves. If it's already so rough on a river, just what must it be like on the endless sea? Tu Feng said with a bit of wonderment. Though he was an immortal Ascension master and possessed a wealth of knowledge, he had never actually been to the sea before, so he obviously knew nothing about it. Turning to look at the boatman, Tu Feng asked, "Old man, have you ever been to the sea before?" The old boatman could only grin and shake his head when he heard this question. "This old man has spent his whole life on the Lan River. How would I have time to visit the sea? Although I have never seen one before, I've heard that the boats that sail the endless sea are extremely large and powerful, some of them reaching over 1,000 meters in length. Such boats, even on the rough endless sea, are apparently very stable, enough so that one can pour a glass of water and set it down on a tabletop yet it won't spill a drop. Is that true?" Tu Feng smiled faintly, obviously not convinced. "What can't it be true? Great warriors just need to think about it. With such a big ship, even if the sea is rough and stormy, how could it be shaken so easily?" The 2 blood warrior, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, suddenly became interested. Although they knew that this boatman was just telling stories of things he had never seen, so it was quite possible what he was saying was false, they still couldn't help listening to pass the time. Seeing his audience full of interest in his stories, The boatman not only wasn't frightened but instead became even more enthusiastic. Yang Kai sat quietly to the side, smiled silently while casually glancing around. Of everyone on the scene, only he had been to the endless sea, and he had even sailed far away from shore, almost unable to ever return. Of course, Yang Kai was disinclined to correct the boatman's exaggerations. Several stories later, the boat had arrived at the center of the Lan River. As Yang Kai stared off across the water, he suddenly felt that something was out of place. Following his instincts, he couldn't help staring straight towards the boatman. The old man, who was still talking about the endless sea, was suddenly interrupted when Yang Kai said, "Old man, the way you're paddling seems to be wrong." Hearing this strange comment, everyone on board turned to look at Yang Kai. The old boatman even laughed and said, "What exactly does little brother mean?" Yang Kai grinned and replied, "People who paddle all year round will synchronize the rhythm of their paddling with their breath, especially on such a big river where the rapids cause more resistance. If they don't do so, it will cost them twice as much effort for only half the result, greatly consuming their strength. Old man, since you've lived your whole life on the water, why don't you understand something so simple?" Digesting these words, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's face suddenly became dark as they stared towards the boatman cautiously. In the eyes of the boatman, there was a flash of shock and panic, but it quickly faded as he smiled and said, "Little brother, what you said does make sense. It's just that this old man has been paddling like this my whole life, so I'm afraid I'm just used to it. When I have time, I'll try the method you mentioned to see if it really is easier." Yang Kai's grin only became deeper though. "We've already crossed half of the river this way, yet you don't even seem to be out of breath, and if you've always lived near this river, shouldn't fish be a regular part of your diet? If so, why do I not smell the scent of fish on you at all?" Ha ha ha. His voice becoming cold and a sharp glint entering his eyes, Yang Kai said firmly, "Old man, you're not an average person, are you?" Before Yang Kai had finished speaking, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both rushed towards the boatman. It was at that moment that the silver-blood golden feather eagle hovering in the sky let out a series of rapid cries, a clear warning sign that danger was approaching. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's pretty faces also paled as they quickly circulated their true qi to protect themselves. Bang! On the surface of the river, several water columns suddenly emerged, and each one of them concealed a person within. All of a sudden, a tremendous suction suddenly welled up from beneath the hull, causing the boat to feel like it had fallen into a quagmire, unable to advance or retreat, before cracking under the pressure and quickly sinking. Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng, and Luo Xiaoman all hastily flew up into the air, but were suddenly met with a huge pressure pressing down on them. Suffering such a sudden attack, the three of them were forced back down towards the boat. A huge vortex appeared, instantaneously swallowing the boat, and everyone on board it was pulled down into the river. The 5 cloud-treading colts were also caught up in this attack and disappeared instantly. The moment he fell into the water, Yang Kai felt a shocking burst of power from nearby. Obviously, the 2 blood warriors had already engaged the boatman in combat. From all around, numerous figures rapidly swam towards Yang Kai's group, like sharks swarming towards their prey. Yang Kai quickly sized up the situation, but what he saw only caused his expression sink further. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had been dragged into the river and were currently fighting against 3 people. The 3 were all Immortal Ascension boundary masters, and none of them were weak, 1/8 stage, 1/7 stage, and 1/5 stage. Even though the 2 blood warriors were definitely stronger than these 3 masters, it would still take them some time to deal with them. The nearest enemy to Yang Kai was less than 30 meters away. Yang Kai clearly saw him sneer towards him before sending out a palm strike, a pale blue light shooting forth, breaking through the water as it raced towards him. Yang Kai also struck out, sending forth a glowing fist pressure that smashed into the approaching palm. There was a muffled thud and a flash of light, but the palm strike's strength wasn't completely exhausted. So all Yang Kai could do was turn away and swiftly move towards the surface. While he was surfacing, Yang Kai glanced around and saw that Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were not far from him. But their situations were undoubtedly safer than his own, because these attackers, in addition to the 3 masters tying down Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, were almost all gathering towards him. They're here for me. Xianxia quickly became aware of this fact, but he had no time to ponder over it right now. A moment later he managed to reach the surface and fly up into the sky. Immediately after, a figure burst out of the river and shot towards him. It was precisely the same person who had attacked Xianxia just now. This man was now staring coldly at Xianxia with a vicious expression on his face. Waving his arms, he prepared to send another palm strike towards Xianxia. At that critical moment, the golden feather eagle actually dove towards this attacker, releasing a countless number of golden lights towards him. These golden lights took the man by surprise and knocked him back down into the water. Using this opportunity, Xianxia turned towards the shore and quickly flew off. Shwa shwa shwa. A series of splashes rang out as 6 or 7 figures shot out of the water and hovered midair. All of them quickly searched their surroundings before turning and pursuing Xianxia. Among them, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were all present. Obviously they wanted to help Xianxia. Block them, a middle-aged man in the lead ordered, quickly following up. Don't kill them! Immediately, 2 of the attackers responded, separating from their teammates and intercepted Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. As a sneer appeared on both their faces, Qiu Yimeng's expression was ice-cold as she whispered to Luo Xiaoman. They're here to deal with Xianxia, so they'll only try to impede us. Don't hold back. They won't dare try to kill us. N. Luo Xiaoman nodded heavily. Her wet clothes were stuck to her body, further highlighting her voluptuous figure. Shwa! Another set of splashes resounded as the 2 blood warriors and the 3 immortal Ascension boundary masters emerged from the water. Tu Feng's body was wrapped in a brown glow as he displayed a fierce assault, completely not caring whether he was injured in the process. Tang Yuxian also pushed her true qi to the limit, and her graceful figure rapidly moved between the 3 enemy masters as she unleashed various martial skills. Clear signs of anxiousness were on her face. Who are you? You dare attack the central capital's Yang family? Tu Feng roared as struck towards the nearest enemy. We're attacking because you're the Yang family. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master who was facing off against the 2 blood warriors laughed madly and shouted. Your Yang family is always so arrogant, never placing anyone in your eyes, but let's see how your family survives after we extinguish all your little brats. From his vicious cursing, it seemed that this Immortal Ascension Master's grudge with the Yang family wasn't light. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions became incredibly solemn. This man's words had told them that them being attacked was no accident, but was instead a premeditated ambush specifically targeting the Yang family. With these 3 masters as opponents, even though the 2 blood warriors were anxious and wanted to immediately regroup with Xianxia, they wouldn't be able to do so for at least half an hour. Yu Xian, knowing that every breath was precious and they couldn't afford to be held down here any longer, Tu Feng suddenly roared and fell back slightly. Good! Tang Yuxian immediately stepped in, and her true qi surged madly from her body. The entire battlefield suddenly became enveloped by a layer of fog. At the same moment, a potent spiritual energy burst forth, sending a powerful soul skill sweeping towards the 3 enemy Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The 2 blood warriors were clearly anxious to return to Xianxia's side, so they unhesitantly used their hidden trump cards. The 3 enemy masters managed to jointly resist Tang Yuxian's soul skill, but although they were unharmed, wrapped in this fog bank, they had lost track of their opponents. Suddenly, the 8th stage masters felt a violent surge of blood force from the direction Tu Feng had retreated along with a terrifying true qi pressure. Realizing what these fluctuations meant, the lead enemy Immortal Ascension Boundary Master's expression changed dramatically as he cried out, Fuck! These Yang family blood warriors are all crazy. He's using his Mad Tyrant blood skill. Quick! Stop him! Mad Tyrant blood skill was the supreme martial skill of the Yang family blood warrior. When this skill was activated, the blood warrior's blood force would briefly be promoted 2 or 3 times over, and although their realm wouldn't change, both their offensive and defensive strength would be greatly enhanced. This was somewhat similar to the change Xianxia experienced when he used his devil transformation. However, the Mad Tyrant blood skill was not as good as Xianxia's devil transformation because using it would result in a severe backlash. A blood warrior would overdraw their own vitality to enhance their blood force when this skill was used. Once they used the Mad Tyrant blood skill, a blood warrior would gain a massive increase in strength for a short time, but afterwards they would be weakened significantly for weeks if not months. The battle has only just begun, yet Tu Feng had already decisively used this trump card. It was obvious just how anxious he was, which shocked the three enemy Immortal Ascension boundary masters and caught them off guard. None of them had expected that Tu Feng would act too recklessly in order to protect this Yang family young lord, not hesitating at all to use this double-edged technique. Knowing that their chances for victory would decrease dramatically if he succeeded, the three enemy masters had no leeway to compete with Tang Yuxian, furiously trying to defeat her so they could stop Tu Feng from activating his Mad Tyrant blood skill. However, Tang Yuxian was also a member of the Blood Warriors and her strength was unquestionable. Coupled with her high-grade artifact, she somehow managed to hold her ground. As a result, the three enemy masters who had originally planned to hold down these two blood warriors instead found themselves being contained. "Hurry up!" The Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master roared to his comrades when he saw that they couldn't break Tang Yuxian's defense in short order. On the other side, several people were chasing after Yang Kai, led by the middle-aged man who had initially attacked him. This man was an Immortal Ascension's Boundary 3rd Stage Master, and behind him was an Immortal Ascension 1st Stage Master along with two True Element Boundary 9th Stage experts. Such a lineup was more than enough to easily kill any ordinary True Element Boundary 7th Stage cultivator. However, Yang Kai was anything but ordinary. Hearing the roar of his comrade, the lead middle-aged man's expression became cold as he glared towards Yang Kai's back and hastily used an offensive soul skill. An invisible force shot through the air and directly penetrated Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai, who was flying forward, suddenly shuddered, and his true chi fluctuations became erratic as he staggered and his speed dropped significantly. "Ha!" The middle-aged man coldly snorted while he and his group rapidly caught up with Yang Kai and surrounded him. "This is one of the Yang family's young lords?" The Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master said as he looked down at Yang Kai and spat disdainfully. "He's nothing much. I thought this time there'd be some twists and turns, but it turns out it was so easy." The middle-aged man grunted heavily. "You underestimate the Yang family too much. Right now this kid is only weak because he's too young. Once he grows up to the same level as you, there's no way you'd be able to beat him." The Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage man's expression became somewhat gloomy, obviously not agreeing with this assessment but not bothering to refute it and instead just nodded gruffly. Unfortunately for him, he's still just a True Element Boundary cultivator. Nothing more than prey for us. An Immortal Ascension Boundary Master dealing with a True Element Boundary cultivator really was simple. If the latter didn't possess an artifact which could defend their soul, they would be completely incapable of resisting soul skill attacks. This was why the young lords and young ladies of these great forces and great families would always wear at least one such artifact. Given the capital and heritage of these forces, they would easily be able to furnish their important juniors with such defensive artifacts. "Enough nonsense. Quickly kill him before anything else comes up," the middle-aged man shouted as he saw Yang Kai not put up any resistance, as both his eyes were somewhat dim, and his gaze was unfocused. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master shrugged his shoulders and let out an arrogant laugh. "Good. Looks like I get the pleasure of killing him." As he was speaking, the Immortal Ascension 1st Stage enemy lifted his weapon and slowly stepped towards Yang Kai, kicking Yang Kai's chest heavily and thrust his sword at his neck. Yang Kai's eyes still remained bleak, seemingly unable to put up the slightest resistance, only able to stand there waiting for death. Suddenly, a dazzling purple ray struck like a snake and crashed into the head of the Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage cultivator. A frigid cold energy filled with all kinds of evil aura instantly burst into his knowledge sea. His weapon was only 3 centimeters away from Yang Kai's neck, and the smug, casual grin still adorned his face. However, that was as far as his weapon would pierce. After the soul skill from Evil Cavern's soul-type evil spirit exploded in his head, the man was instantly fixed in place, only felt a deep chill in his mind. His entire knowledge sea was apparently frozen solid. Yang Kai's sneak attack had succeeded. Quickly following up, Xianxia released a purple halo around himself that instantly engulfed the middle-aged Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Master, as well as the other 2 True Element Boundary 9th Stage youths. Sensing this attack, the middle-aged man instinctually retreated. His eyes trembled fiercely, and he could hardly believe what he had just saw. As for the 2 True Element Boundary Juniors, both of them screamed pitifully as they grabbed their heads and doubled over in agony. Honk! A muffled sound rang out as Xianxia's fist struck the chest of the Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage man before him. The man's chest visibly deformed, and it seemed that all of his ribs had been shattered. Fragments of his bones pierced through his heart and lungs as a violent true Yang Yuan Qi exploded inside his body. This man didn't even let out a scream before both his eyes went dark. In an instant, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master was killed. Xianxia's image flickered, and before anyone had noticed he was already in front of the 2 True Element Boundary 9th Stage youths. Coldly glaring at them, he reached out, clutched both their heads, and twisted viciously. Immediately, 2 cracking sounds were heard. The heads of the 2 youths were now dangling onto their backs. Their necks were clearly snapped. By the time the lead middle-aged man had regained his balance, Xianxia had already killed all 3 of his companions. As their 4 eyes met, Xianxia's indifferent expression gave way to a taunting smile, causing the middle-aged man to cringe in shame. Because of his momentary negligence, 3 members of his team had lost their lives. But what shocked him the most was that he clearly felt that his soul skill had struck this Yang family young lord. Yet why did it seem to have no effect at all? There was no trace of any soul-type artifact on him, so he had definitely been hit with the full force of his soul skill. How could he still be completely unharmed? Even if it was a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had taken such an attack, wouldn't they at least have suffered some damage? However, seeing Xianxia's performance just now, it was obvious that his soul skill had done about as much harm to him as a mosquito bite. Also, what exactly was that frigid, evil spiritual energy that had attacked him just now? Little brat, you dare play the pig to eat a tiger? The middle-aged man roared in anger. Xianxia just sneered disdainfully back at him and quipped, "So what? Humph, you're accusing me? You're the ones ambushing me here and ganging up on me even though your cultivations are all higher than mine. Am I not even allowed to play the pig here either? What kind of bullshit is that?" Hearing Xianxia's response, the middle-aged man's angered expression slowly morphed into a sneer. "Good. All you Yang family bastards are like this. Each one more of a freak than the last. But no matter what, your destiny is still to die here today." Although he had made such a bold declaration, Xianxia easily observed that this man had no intention of actually doing so. Instead, he was looking towards himself with dread. Seeing Xianxia kill all his allies like a flash of lightning had obviously frightened this man greatly. This person was a meticulous individual, so he would certainly act with caution. "You're not my opponent," Xianxia declared coldly and indifferently. The middle-aged man was stunned, obviously not expecting Xianxia to make such a crazy statement, his expression becoming cold again. "Even if you're from the Yang family, you should have some shame. I'm an Immortal Ascension Master." Xianxia actually took the initiative to walk towards him. His expression calm and relaxed, like he didn't consider the man in front of him the slightest threat. "I just killed an Immortal Ascension Master right in front of you." The middle-aged man choked on his words as he stared at Xianxia, and his expression became awkward as he remembered everything that had just happened. "Not just that guy, you too, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Master, are destined to die at my hand today." Xianxia grinned fiercely. "Unfortunately, although you have some talent for it, it seems like you haven't fully comprehended that soul skill of yours. Your execution of it was a bit weak. It seems you haven't been cultivating it for very long, right? Otherwise, how else would I be able to stand here completely unharmed? Actually, even if you were more skilled at using your soul skill, it wouldn't matter. My spiritual energy is far stronger than yours anyways." "Nonsense." The middle-aged man vehemently sneered as he calmed his nerves. Obviously, he wouldn't believe Xianxia's shameless boasting. But just as he shouted, a tyrannical divine sense suddenly locked in on him. The spiritual energy he felt was more powerful than an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Master, even faintly reaching the strength of a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Elite. No, the pressure he felt from this divine sense was definitely on par with a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. The middle-aged man had only ever experienced such a powerful spiritual energy from a handful of people, and each of those few were true peak Immortal Ascension Masters. The nerves he had just managed to calm once again became badly frayed. As the middle-aged man's heart clenched, Xianxia pushed his palms forward. Suddenly, a white tiger and divine ox phantom leapt out. At the same time, a crimson sword appeared in Xianxia's hand and a 10-meter-long sword chi wave slashed through the air. Surrounding this sword wave, a flurry of blood-red petals fluttered about, each one glistening sharply as they raced towards the stunned man. Simultaneously, a lightning-like purple beam surged towards the Immortal Ascension 3rd Stage Master's head. In that instant, Xianxia had used all of his strongest skills and artifacts, holding nothing back. Realizing the terrifying power behind this wave of attacks, the middle-aged man cried out in shock and immediately went all out to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, he was overtaken by the sword chi wave and entangled by the white tiger and divine ox, allowing the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia to engulf him. An incredible bang resounded. The middle-aged man pushed his true chi to its limit, sending out a shockwave visible to the naked eye all around him. A fierce wind pressure burst from the man's body, which somehow managed to repel the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia and the attacks of the two beast phantoms. Trembling from the impact, the middle-aged man staggered but did not withdraw, and instead took advantage of the opening he had created to rush towards Xianxia. In the end, this man was still an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Master. Although Xianxia's taunting had a certain influence on his will, causing him to lose the initiative, his combat instincts and wealth of experience had still allowed him to instantly take the most appropriate action. This youth before him was undoubtedly an elite of the elite, with a combat capability that far exceeded his true element Boundary 7th Stage Cultivation. However, the middle-aged man was also keenly aware that the soul skill displayed by Xianxia, although extremely high in grade, was not nearly as potent as one released by an Immortal Ascension Master. Strictly speaking, it was akin to a loud burst of thunder. Although it was somewhat shocking, it wasn't actually all that dangerous. The reason for this was because Xianxia could only somewhat use his divine sense, so he could only display this soul skill, but because he hadn't opened his knowledge sea, it was unable to show its full potential. When he formed his knowledge sea, the power of this soul skill would increase several-fold. Although the middle-aged people didn't know why Xianxia's soul skill seemed to lack substance, it didn't hinder him from taking advantage of this point. If he could resist Xianxia's soul skill, then he was still only facing a slightly stronger true element boundary cultivator. Even with those good artifacts and profound martial skills, his realm was still much lower than his own. He could still kill him. Realizing all of this, the middle-aged man's will became firm again as he adjusted his stance and rapidly formed a number of hand seals. A burst of thunder and lightning quickly surrounded him. Achacha! With a thunderous crash, a lightning bolt bigger than a man's thigh flew through the air, and then, like a snake striking its prey, it coiled tightly around Xianxia. In order to kill Xianxia, the middle-aged man had directly resorted to his most powerful attack. Xianxia was unable to avoid this bolt of lightning and was soon entangled by it, immediately falling into a difficult struggle, and his entire body suddenly felt like it was being singed. Coldly roaring, Xianxia's true Yang Yuan Qi surged out from his body, forming a seemingly thin defensive shield around him, protecting him from the lightning arcs. The Azura sword in his hand flickered, sending out a series of sword chi blades while the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia petals, which had been scattered, once again gathered to attack the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man also didn't dare hold back, and quickly summoned a small hammer artifact which pulsed with lightning. Wielding this hammer, the power of the man's lightning increased once again. The two beast phantoms rushed forward again, but when they were struck by the man's lightning, they were forced to retreat. The two people stood firmly less than 10 feet apart from one another, each of them having used their full strength, yet the end result was a deadlock. The middle-aged man frowned and secretly felt the situation was bad. This time's action of attacking the Yang family young lords was a huge risk. In their original plans, they should have made a successful first strike and immediately gained a huge advantage. Even if the Yang family young lord had 2 blood warriors with him, they wouldn't need to worry after causing some initial damage. It had never occurred to them, though, that any of the Yang family young lords would have such freakish combat potential, able to easily kill 3 people with cultivations far above his own realm, and even being able to fight an Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage master to a standstill. The 2 artifacts he used were extraordinary. Both of them were clearly heaven-grade top rank. His martial skills were profound, true chi unfathomably pure, and to top it all off, he could even use soul skills. The middle-aged man quickly estimated that he would need to spend at minimum a half hour before he could kill this youth, and that was under the most ideal circumstances, with no outside interference. Right now, every breath of time was precious, so how could the other side give him half an hour to mess around? What's more, whether this Yang family young lord still had any trump cards left was difficult for the middle-aged man to guess. Damn it! This time we've all but failed, the middle-aged man anxiously thought to himself. At that moment, a roar which shook the heavens and earth resounded from the other side of the battlefield. On that side of the fight, the 3 enemy Immortal Ascension boundary masters hurriedly retreated in panic as a crimson-red glow radiated from Tu Feng, and the long scar across his face seemed to pulse menacingly. Mad Tyrant blood skill. Yu Xian, I'll handle them, Tu Feng declared firmly, his cold glare causing the 3 Immortal Ascension boundary masters to tremble. Tang Yuxian didn't say anything, and instead immediately turned around and quickly soared towards Yang Kai's position. When the middle-aged man who was fighting with Yang Kai saw Tang Yuxian break off and head towards his location, how could he dare remain? He was just an Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator. For this time's action, he was only responsible for killing the Yang family young lord. As for fighting a Yang family blood warrior, he definitely wasn't qualified. In a flash, he pushed back Yang Kai's assault to create an opening which he used to his advantage to flee without any hesitation. Only a moment after the middle-aged man fled, Tang Yuxian arrived beside Yang Kai and asked anxiously, "Are you all right, little lord?" Yang Kai waved his hand and collected the scattered blood-red petals, and after glancing towards the fleeing enemy and determining he couldn't catch him, he quickly said, "Capture him." Tang Yuxian didn't hesitate, and her lithe body flickered as she shot off towards the middle-aged man. A few breaths later, Tang Yuxian dragged her target back. An Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator facing Tang Yuxian wasn't even worthy of holding her shoes. With his true chi sealed, Tang Yuxian didn't even spare this man a second glance before tossing him in front of Yang Kai. The look on the middle-aged man's face clearly showed he had suffered a terrible defeat, and his dazed eyes fixed on Tang Yuxian filled with horror. It seems that it wasn't until this moment he realized just how terrifying the blood warriors really were. Suddenly wearing a sneer, he turned his attention to Yang Kai and said, "Young Master Yang, you won't get any information from me." However, to his surprise, Yang Kai just grinned fiercely, unhurriedly walked over, stared down at him and lightly said, "When did I say I wanted to ask you anything?" As soon as Yang Kai spoke these words, the blood-red sword in his hand drew a stunning arc, and the true chi's imprisoned middle-aged man's head fell to the ground, and his still open eyes revealing a disbelieving light. "Anyone who knows my secrets will either die or become my person," Yang Kai declared firmly. Tang Yuxian trembled lightly and glanced towards Yang Kai slightly awkwardly, with a tight expression. Yang Kai's last words definitely had a deeper meaning. What secret did this middle-aged man know about her little lord that caused him to execute him so decisively? What about herself? Did she also accidentally stumble across some secrets of this little lord of hers? Before she could ponder over these issues further, Yang Kai, who had already taken back his long sword, said lightly, "Go help Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman." "N." Tang Yuxian nodded, setting those distracting thoughts aside and dashing off again. Yang Kai stood in place and looked around for a while, before quickly discovering that Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman weren't capable of defeating their adversaries but were still unscathed. Their opponents apparently had no intention of harming them, only wanting to stop them from assisting Yang Kai. As Tang Yuxian arrived in front of them, the two men didn't even have a chance to realize the graveness of their situation before they were killed. On the other side, Tu Feng and the three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had disappeared, probably because the other side understood that it was impossible to compete with the Blood Warrior who had activated his Mad Tyrant blood skill. Tu Feng was obviously pursuing them. After a moment, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, led by Tang Yuxian, regrouped together with Yang Kai. Both the young women had nervous and worried expressions mixed with some lingering fear. Looking suspiciously at Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng asked, "How are you not hurt at all? Did you fall from the sky when they hit you earlier?" After hearing her say this, Tang Yuxian suddenly worriedly examined Yang Kai, clear signs of concern filling her pretty face. Just as Yang Kai had fallen into danger, she had been busy containing the three enemy masters and obviously didn't have the spare capacity to monitor what had transpired here. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng was different, knowing in advance that her life wasn't in any danger. She had naturally diverted some of her focus towards Yang Kai's side. Is little Lord really uninjured? Tang Yuxian carefully scrutinized him, afraid he was putting up a front to deceive her. Just some minor wounds, nothing to worry about. Yang Kai casually responded. In reality, he didn't even have a single scratch on him. However, his situation had truly been quite dangerous, so if he were to say he was unscathed, it would only make everyone more suspicious. You? Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head and solemnly said, "It's getting harder and harder to see through you." Glancing around at the three dead bodies on the ground, Tang Yuxian also couldn't help staring at Yang Kai blankly. Although these people were dead, she could still tell that these three all had higher cultivations than Yang Kai. One of them had even reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. However, Yang Kai had killed all three of them without any assistance. On top of that, he had also fought an Immortal Ascension boundary third stage master to a draw. Enough about me. Yuxian, how are you holding up? Yang Kai obviously didn't want to say any more about this topic and quickly steered the conversation towards Tang Yuxian. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman also suddenly noticed that Tang Yuxian was injured. All of her clothes were tattered, and there were still some traces of blood at the corners of the lips. Her true qi flow seemed turbid, indicating that she had obviously suffered some internal injuries. On her snow-white right arm, there was also a long wound and, although it was no longer bleeding, her sleeve was stained a dark shade of red. Given Tang Yuxian's strength, if it weren't for her having to fight three opponents at once, she wouldn't have become so disheveled. The primary reason for her being injured so heavily was because time was too tight. She had to make some sacrifices in order to let Tu Feng display his Mad Tyrant blood skill, thus giving her a chance to aid Yang Kai. If there had been enough leeway, she and Tu Feng could definitely defeat the three enemy masters or even kill them without becoming so distressed. However, considering Yang Kai's safety, she and Tu Feng knew that the faster they acted, the better. So, even though she knew acting so recklessly would allow their enemy to injure her, Tang Yuxian still chose to act so, even if he knew that using the Mad Tyrant blood skill would overdraw his vitality, leaving him weak for a long time after. Tu Feng also didn't hesitate. The loyalty of the Blood Warriors was fully shown in this battle. "I'm fine. Little Lord doesn't need concern himself with me." Tang Yuxian's expression softened as she lightly shook her head. Yang Kai's group had only waited about half an incense stick worth of time before Tu Feng's bloody figure returned. The murderous aura radiating from his body was so thick it was nearly substantive, giving him the appearance of a slaughtering god. Even Qiu Yimeng couldn't help trembling lightly upon seeing Tu Feng like this. Two heads were held in Tu Feng's hands. Obviously, their previous owners were two of the enemy masters who had fought with him and Tang Yuxian. After rushing back, Tu Feng casually dropped the two severed human heads on the ground and said in a slightly annoyed tone, "These two committed suicide, while the last one managed to escape." Tu Feng had managed to hunt down the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage and 5th Stage Master, but just before he could capture them they had decisively bitten their tongues, and only the strongest enemy master had successfully fled. "All of their allies here are also dead," Tang Yuxian said in a cold, unfeeling tone. "Interesting. Yang Kai's expression was frigid, but an eerie smile also adorned his face. The ones behind this group of people really have some means. If the masterminds behind these assassins clearly weren't simple, or else these masters wouldn't have so resolutely ended their own lives rather than run the risk of revealing any information. The only ones who knew the young lord was taking this route were the Lu family, Tu Feng said maliciously, and his face showed a fair bit of indignation. It was clear he was quite angry. This time such a large-scale assassination plot had occurred even though both he and Tang Yuxian had been on guard. The other party had obviously used some kind of mysterious method to completely shield all of their auras, which resulted in their two blood warriors not noticing anything. If it weren't for Yang Kai suddenly realizing something was wrong at the critical moment, the result of this plot might have been very different. Under the protection of two powerful blood warriors, a Yang family young lord was almost killed. If such news were to spread, the Blood Warrior Hall would lose all face. Both of them would also be punished by the family, possibly even having their cultivations wasted to apologize for this crime. Such a severe sentence was entirely possible. In other words, Yang Kai's vigilance had not only saved his life, but had also saved both his and Tang Yuxian's life. Tu Feng was grateful but also ashamed, and in his anger, he suddenly associated this incident with the Lu family. It wasn't that he had a habit of maliciously accusing others. It was only that with his mad tyrant blood skill active, his thirst for battle and killing intent were greatly stimulated, which caused his thoughts to be more violent and aggressive. In addition, the Lu family's attitude towards Yang Kai the other day had made him quite unhappy, so he naturally took this opportunity to vent his frustrations. Hearing his words, Qiu Yimeng's face paled greatly and hurriedly said, "Lu Liang would never make such a suicidal mistake." At this moment, Tu Feng didn't care about Qiu Yimeng's identity or face and coldly snorted, "Lu Liang may not, but that doesn't mean others of the Lu family wouldn't." Qiu Yimeng cramped up, not knowing what to say in this situation, and unconsciously turned her eyes towards Yang Kai, hoping he wouldn't act as unreasonably as Tu Feng. However, Yang Kai remained silent. Frowning, he scanned the surrounding area, eventually looking up from the battlefield before freezing. Staring up at the silver-blood golden feather eagle in the sky, he calmly said, "The Lu family isn't responsible. I'm afraid that the eagle was the one who gave away our position. We've been too careless." Qiu Yimeng saw him say this and couldn't help feeling relieved. Although the Lu Liang's actions had also made Qiu Yimeng somewhat unhappy, they were still more or less a subordinate of the Qiu family. During these years, the Lu family had also provided the Qiu family with a lot of good things, so as the first young lady of the Qiu family, she still had an obligation and responsibility to protect the safety of the Lu family as best she could. This little bastard. Tang Yuxian grit her teeth and stared at the golden feather eagle circling above them. Yang Kai continued calmly, "For so many years, no one has dared have ideas about the Yang family's descendants. Therefore, neither you nor I had predicted such an event would happen. It seems we need to reevaluate our mindsets." Done explaining, Yang Kai let out a loud whistle and the golden feather eagle immediately swooped down. Suddenly smiling meaningfully, Yang Kai looked at Qiu Yimeng and said, "Although this time's matter is unrelated to the Lu family, I hope that today's events can reach Lu Liang's ear, and it's better if the news were to be conveyed to them by the Qiu family." Qiu Yimeng didn't respond for a moment, not immediately understanding why Yang Kai had suddenly made such a proposal, but her brow lightly wrinkling as she thought for a moment. Then suddenly wearing a bitter expression, she clenched her fists and shouted, "Why you? How could you suddenly come up with such a plot? You really are too sinister. Even if they acted that way, you don't have to be so brutal with them. Humph. They brought this upon themselves. Since when was this young master a pile of loose mud that can't weather wind and rain? This will just be a little lesson for them." Yang Kai sneered. When everyone heard Yang Kai say this, all of them realized that even if he acted aloof, he was actually still holding a grudge over the Lu family's attitude towards him. He may not have cared what the Lu family thought of him, but he absolutely wouldn't allow others to look down on him, and those who dared do so would pay the price sooner or later. However, the exchange between him and Qiu Yimeng had left the two blood warriors and Luo Xiaoman puzzled. Elder Sister Qiu, what are you talking about? Luo Xiaoman innocently and straightforwardly asked. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also stared at her and wondered what kind of tricks Yang Kai was up to that had actually brought on such strong condemnation from Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng sighed as she turned towards Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. I told you before that your young lord is someone who seeks vengeance for even the slightest grievance, yet you still don't understand. Let me ask you, although it's true that this incident has no relation with the Lu family since Yang Kai had only stopped by the Lu family. If word of such an attack today were to reach Lu Liang's ear, how do you think he will react? Tu Feng stared stunned, suddenly realizing what Yang Kai was plotting, and let out a raucous laughter. That Lu Liang will certainly panic, fearing that the little lord might suspect he had leaked his location. In order to profess his innocence, Lu Liang will certainly come to the central capital to plead his case to the little lord. Since it will be necessary to clarify his standpoint, he will also have to bring along some generous gifts. Tang Yuxian covered her lips and stared in amazement towards Yang Kai, wondering how he had suddenly come up with such a sinister trick. The most important part of all of this, of course, were these gifts. Qiu Yimeng ground her teeth and continued. Moreover, if this message is passed on to him by my Qiu family, Lu Liang will definitely think that either I or the Qiu family is planning to mediate the situation. So if he prepares an appropriate gift, Yang Kai will definitely not blame him. Do you understand now? This young lord of yours is clearly making a fuss about nothing, blowing the whole situation out of proportion, all in order to take advantage of this opportunity to gather wealth. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian looked towards Yang Kai with great admiration. Regarding this kind of quick-witted and meticulous thought, the two of them felt that they were actually inferior to this little lord of theirs. After just encountering a life-threatening danger, most people would still be in shock, and their only thoughts would be about how joyful it was to be alive. But the little lord of their family was completely different. Not only was he the very picture of calm, he had also immediately come up with a way to benefit from this situation. In fact, wasn't his reaction a bit too quick? This time, the Lu family was really going to suffer an unexpected calamity. For a moment, the two blood warriors couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for Lu Liang. They really didn't know what kind of reaction this Lu family patriarch would have after knowing the truth. What was worse, though, was, even if he were to fully understand everything that transpired here, he would still have no choice but to choke down this loss. Who let Yang Kai only stay at his home on his way to the central capital? Tell Lu Liang to know that he doesn't need to see me. Just send the appropriate things to the capital. Yang Kai added in a subtle manner. Qiu Yimeng let out yet another sigh, simply disinclined to respond at this point. We should leave here first before finding a place to rest. Yang Kai's expression sank as he waved lightly. The 5 cloud-treading colts, which were not easily raised, had been swallowed up by the enemy's trap, so the 5 of them could only fly the rest of the way. Tang Yuxian's wounds were neither heavy nor light. As for Tu Feng, he was actually uninjured. However, it wouldn't be long before his mad tyrant blood skills effect would disappear, at which point his blood force would become incredibly feeble. If the two blood warriors wanted to completely restore themselves, it would take them at least 10 days to half a month at least. After suffering such an ambush, Yang Kai's group didn't dare act too conspicuously. At the foot of a small hill, the group of 5 stopped to rest. With things as they were, Yang Kai could only personally go out to gather some food. Seeing their little lord prepare a meal for them, the two blood warriors became increasingly ashamed and simultaneously grateful. That night, 5 people sat around a fire and grilled some wild game. The atmosphere was a bit subtle, and the two blood warriors were feeling remorseful about their dereliction of duty, yet were unsure about how to apologize as they stared towards Yang Kai with eyes full of guilt. Qiu Yimeng, on the other hand, was still annoyed at Yang Kai for using her to punish the Lu family, so she naturally didn't speak with him. Off to the side, Luo Xiaoman obviously sensed how tense the situation was, so she chose to remain silent like a frightened rabbit. Only Yang Kai sat casually beside the fire, staring into the flickering flames as he reminisced about the day's experiences. As he went over what had happened again and again in his head, he gradually came to a terrible conclusion. After a long silence, Yang Kai straightened up and suddenly said, You don't have to feel guilty. Today's ambush wasn't targeting me. But little Lord, Tang Yuxian objected, her expression still thoroughly ashamed. However, Yang Kai waved his hand to stop her before continuing. I'm not saying things to comfort you. This plot really wasn't directed towards me. They probably learned about our movement a few days ago, so they chose to set up an ambush on the river because they knew if we wanted to cross, we would need to find a ferry, thus creating an opportunity for them to act. Listening to him so seriously explain things, everyone couldn't help but listen more carefully. Their deployment was very well thought out. The three most powerful masters in their group were only meant to delay the two blood warriors, while the remaining people were responsible for killing the Yang family's juniors. While the strengths of these people were great, when they were chasing me, I didn't notice any signs of deep hatred on their faces. So the chances are good they don't actually have a grudge against me. Tu Feng nodded and said, when we were fighting, the strongest person also said let's slip that their actions this time were targeting all the Yang family young lords. And it's good that this time they happened to meet me. If it were any of the other Yang family juniors, they would likely be dead right now. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help secretly feeling lucky. Fortunately, they were escorting Yang Kai past this place. If it were one of the other Yang family young lords with the number and strength of these assassins, how could he have survived? Did you notice the distribution of those people's power? Yang Kai asked intently with a wry grin on his face. Their power distribution? Tu Feng frowned. Right, an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage, a 7th stage, a 5th stage, a 3rd stage, a 1st stage. Yang Kai suddenly grinned meaningfully. Other than that, they were all true element boundary cultivators. Such an unusual distribution of immortal ascension masters. Don't you find anything strange about it? With Yang Kai's prompting, everyone suddenly understood. There's a gap, Tu Feng quickly said. Right, there's a gap. Yang Kai slightly nodded. The masters of any force should have a tiered distribution. Since they have an immortal ascension master of the 7th stage, logically there should have been 2 to 4 6th stage masters accompanying them for a mission as important as the assassination of a Yang family direct descendant. If a force was trying to stir up trouble with the Yang family, they would surely put forward their entire strength. Turning to the two blood warriors, Yang Kai asked, Tu Feng, Yuxian, when you were fighting with those three, did you notice them use any techniques or martial skills related to any major families or sects? Both blood warriors immediately shook their heads, Tu Feng adding, those people were very cautious and didn't use any unique martial skills, probably because they were worried we would discover their origins. However, I felt like they were not very familiar with one another because they didn't coordinate or cooperation with one another very smoothly. Naturally, their cooperation was lacking. If I haven't guessed wrong, they didn't even come from the same force. Yang Kai coldly snorted. No single force would dare challenge the Yang family alone. What does the little lord mean? Those people, they should have been gathered from a number of different forces, each one sending out a number of their masters to observe the movements of the golden feather eagles, speculate our whereabouts, and then set up ambushes here. Qiu Yimeng nodded in agreement. What you said makes sense. If that is really the case, then it would explain why they had such a spread in their cultivation realms. If this group of masters was gathered from several forces, obviously there would be differences in their cultivations and abilities. Little Lord is quite observant. Tu Feng laughed. Yang Kai paused and then suddenly smiled weirdly, glancing around at the others. Since these masters came from several forces, then it's absolutely impossible for there to only be this many of them. The expression on the two blood warriors' faces quickly cooled. You mean they still have backup? Yang Kai shook his head. No. The ambush in this location was likely only those people. But if so, then what about all the other masters besides them? Everyone thought for a moment before showing a grim expression as they turned to stare at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes were ice cold as he muttered. It seems that my brother's journeys won't be very peaceful. This action must be aiming at all of the Yang family's direct descendants. Humph. Seems our enemies have invested quite some effort. If Yang Kai's speculation was correct, this time's plot was truly grand. Several forces masters divided into several groups to trace the whereabouts of the Yang family's young lords and assassinate them before they could return to the central capital. with the golden feather eagles hovering over the heads of Yang family young lords. It was almost akin to a bright light in the darkness guiding them towards their targets. This time with Yang Kai was a near miss, but what about the other Yang family young lords? Would some of them really be killed halfway home? To dare enact such a bold plot, the people behind the scenes, whether it was their methods or their courage, were extraordinary. Your Yang family has offended too many people. You brought this upon yourselves, Xiao Yimeng sneered lightly. It's not yet certain that this is an enemy's doing. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. The impact of the inheritance war is simply that big. Xiao Yimeng looked at him blankly in shock, immediately understanding what he was thinking. The family will find out. It's not something we need to think about, Yang Kai said decisively. Suddenly wearing a smile as he got up and walked away from the fire, he called out, Tu Feng and Yu Xian, come with me. The two blood warriors glanced at one another before quickly getting up to follow Yang Kai. Left alone without any explanation, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both pouted, so secretive, walking off into the darkness. Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned to look at the two blood warriors. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's nerves were somewhat on edge, not knowing what Yang Kai had called them out for. Everything that happened today had created a very awkward situation for them, causing them to feel quite guilty. Both of them had secretly vowed that they must be more vigilant for the rest of this trip. But that didn't change the fact that what had happened had already passed. The little lord wouldn't want to reprimand us here, would he? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought to themselves silently, the dark of night fortunately covering their depressed expressions. How are your injuries? Just as the two were going over their suspicions, Yang Kai suddenly asked. Tu Feng nearly stumbled, completely not expecting that Yang Kai would actually ask such a question. But upon hearing the concern in his voice, both his and Tang Yuxian's hearts felt lighter, and they became even more embarrassed about their previous concerns. Quickly recovering, he replied, I have no obvious injuries, but my vitality has been overdrawn, so I can probably display about 60% of my strength. Yuxian is better off than me, but she still suffered some internal injuries. If we want to fully restore ourselves, I'm afraid it will take a few days. After explaining, Tu Feng hastily added, Little Lord can rest assured that even if it costs me my life, I will safely escort you back to the family. Tang Yuxian nodded firmly. For the rest of the journey, we will redouble our vigilance, and after returning to Central Capital, we will accept responsibility for this crime. Yang Kai only nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. After a moment, he took out 2 pills from his sleeve pocket and handed them to the 2 blood warriors. Each of you take one. Swallow them right here. Immediately, the 2 blood warriors were surprised, not understanding why Yang Kai was suddenly acting so seriously, but they also knew that Yang Kai wouldn't harm them, so neither of them hesitated to take the pill they were offered. Immediately after tasting these 2 pills, the 2 blood warriors immediately judged them to be ordinary healing pills, their grade at the most Earth-grade top rank, but this only confused them even more, wondering why their little lord had given them such ordinary recovery medicine. Although they were puzzled, they didn't reveal anything on their faces. Even if Yang Kai had given them a pair of common grade pills, it was still a benevolence they wouldn't normally receive. Whether it's trying to win you 2 over or if I encounter danger, for this trip back home, I still require the 2 of you to stay by my side, so I hope you can recover a bit faster. Yang Kai said with a meaningful smile. The 2 blood warriors were only more confused after hearing Yang Kai's words. These 2 healing pills were only Earth-grade top rank, so how could they help them recover any faster? What was their little lord trying to imply with his words? Both of them shook their heads secretly, pressing down the curiosity in their hearts. Go back, meditate and refine the medicinal effects. Don't waste any of it. Yang Kai waved casually. Yes, little lord. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian responded with a nod, both of them turning around and walking back to the campfire. However, the 2 of them suddenly stopped in place and turned to one another. Seeing the meaning in each other's eyes, they quickly faced Yang Kai respectfully. Yang Kai looked at them curiously, not knowing what else they wanted to say. Little lord. Tu Feng's look became calm and solemn as he spoke. For this time's inheritance war, If the family allows blood warriors to participate, then I and Yuxian hope to serve the Little Lord. Whether we be used as guards or laborers, we only hope the Little Lord will accept us." Yang Kai blinked before staring straight into Tu Feng's eyes. After a long time letting out a great laugh, "I'd be happy to." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both smiled and quickly knelt down, swearing, "The two of us will humbly await the Little Lord's arrival at the Blood Warrior Hall. And I will certainly go." Yang Kai nodded firmly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian got up and retreated. Following Yang Kai's urging, the two of them hurriedly found a place to sit and revolved their healing arts. Looking in the direction of the two meditating warriors, Yang Kai's heart pounded, silently celebrating. "I finally won over these two blood warriors." Along the way, although he had used some deliberate methods, it was more Yang Kai inadvertently displaying all kinds of shocking and fantastic abilities that had really conquered Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, resulting in them pledging their allegiance. Although this time's inheritance war wouldn't necessarily allow the participation of the blood warriors, Yang Kai still had to plan ahead. If the blood warriors were really allowed to participate, then he had now easily acquired two powerful boosts. The best part was when Tu Feng had requested to serve him, he had been completely earnest, without a trace of dissatisfaction. This was the first time the two blood warriors had displayed the attitude of subordinates in front of Yang Kai. It also meant that they were really willing to assist him in the inheritance war. Looking up at the stars, Yang Kai smiled happily, full of expectations for the upcoming inheritance war. It was particularly peaceful that night. The morning of the next day, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both opened their eyes from the meditation and looked at each other, both of seeing a mix of joy and shock in each other's eyes. After a night's restoration, all of their injuries had basically recovered. The wounds and overdrawn vitality they had expected would take at least half a month to restore had actually been completely healed in less than a day. Recalling the profound effects that had taken place when they were refining that seemingly ordinary Earth-grade top-rank healing pill last night, both of them were amazed and confused. It was no doubt an Earth-grade top-rank pill. In normal times, neither of the two blood warriors would even spare it a glance. In fact, if it weren't for it being delivered to them by Yang Kai, how could they have taken it? The two of them had their own healing pills, all of which were heaven-grade top-rank. But this simple Earth-grade top-rank pill, which would usually be despised by them, had suddenly produced many magical effects as they had refined it last night. These effects had swept through their meridians and physique like a gentle breeze, not only healing all of the wounds they had suffered in this recent battle, but even mending many of their old battle scars. Blood warriors were trained from young for battle. Every full-grown blood warrior had experienced hundreds of life or death battles, which had led to them accumulating many large and small injuries. It could be said that each blood warrior's body was filled with these dark wounds. No ordinary healing pill could treat such injuries. Only extremely rare, precious medicines and long periods of time would give them a chance to eliminate these hidden dangers. But as a blood warrior, how would they have so much time to rest? For Tu Feng, before, when he circulated his true qi, there would be a slight tingling sensation below his ribs, but he had always ignored this subtle pain. As for Tang Yuxian, every time she became angered, her heart would feel a pinching sensation. This was a result of her being poisoned once and never fully recovering. These dark injuries were very subtle and wouldn't normally affect their combat effectiveness, nor would it impede the circulation of their true qi. But both of them knew that even if it wasn't an impediment to them now, as time passed, one day, sooner or later, their strength would certainly be affected by the accumulation of these injuries, possibly leading to their early deaths. But now, the two blood warriors clearly felt that all of the dark injuries left over from their past battles had all but disappeared. Was this something an Earth-grade top-rank pill could do? In an instant, both of them have understood that their little lord had hidden something else inside these two Earth-grade top-rank pills, or else they wouldn't have had such astonishing effects. On top of that, whatever it was he had hidden inside these healing pills was, without a doubt, a priceless and rare treasure. After taking a long time to recover from their shock, the gratitude and guilt the two blood warriors felt became even more intense. As for Yang Kai, he had woken up earlier. Could even be said that he hadn't really slept the night before. The two blood warriors had been in a meditative state to recover, and Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were women, so naturally the duty of night watchman had fallen to him. Looking at Yang Kai, the two blood warriors couldn't help feeling subtle warmth. Just as they were preparing to offer their thanks, Yang Kai gave them a faint look and asked, "Which great forces are in the vicinity?" Tu Feng paused for a moment before replying, "I remember that this place should be governed by Tian Yuan City." Tian Yuan City was the name of a city and the name of a great force. What rank force is Tian Yuan City? Yang Kai wrinkled his brow and asked, "A first-class force? Why does little Lord ask?" Tu Feng couldn't understand why Yang Kai suddenly cared about Tian Yuan City. Yang Kai showed a big grin as he smiled back at Tu Feng's question, a sly look appearing on his face. Xiao Yimeng rolled her eyes and bitterly muttered, "He's looking for another victim to blackmail. The situation's forcing me. All I can do is act accordingly." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing him not deny the charge, the two blood warriors' expression became somewhat cramped. But as they thought about it, the Lu family, which was thousands of kilometers from here, had been painted guilty because of yesterday's incident. Soon, Lu Liang would have to carry a generous offering to the central capital to give Yang Kai as a show of goodwill. So how could the nearby Tian Yuan City escape unscathed? In the end, it was a fact that Yang Kai had been attacked within the scope of the Tian Yuan City's influence. So Tian Yuan City naturally had to accept some responsibility for this matter. It was up to the top executives of these nearby forces to understand the times. In this sensitive period, any small event may turn into a big deal. Should we send a letter to Tian Yuan City? Tu Feng was obviously quite experienced in these matters, his voice even containing a hint of eagerness. "If little Lord wants, I can personally pay them a visit now. Let's see if they dare try to argue back." Even Tang Yuxian showed an enthusiastic look at this moment, seemingly wanting to set out together with Tu Feng. "No need. Such a big event will naturally be known to them." Yang Kai shook his head and stood up and said, "Good. Let's go. We've been delayed a number of times already. I'm eager to see what the central capital is like after all these years. Are seniors' injuries all right? Do you want to rest here a few more days?" Qiu Yimeng frowned and asked with some concern. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian exchanged a wry glance with each other before shaking their heads quickly. "No need." Seeing how they responded, Qiu Yimeng didn't insist. Without the cloud-treading colts, the five people could only fly, so their speed was naturally slower. After one day, the strength gap between the three juniors was clear at a glance. Even after flying for so long, Yang Kai's expression was dull. No signs of fatigue apparent on his face, almost like he hadn't expended any energy at all. Qiu Yimeng was slightly out of breath. In order to keep up with the two Immortal Ascension boundary masters, her true qi consumption had been quite serious. As for Luo Xiaoman, her face was a bright red as sweat poured down her forehead. Her two great jade rabbits heaved up and down as she breathed heavily, creating quite a spectacle. But she still grit her teeth and followed the crowd without saying a word. If it wasn't for Tang Yuxian being unable to stand by and watch her suffer, offering to help her along, Luo Xiaoman would have already been left behind by everyone. Yang Kai's group walked along remote roads just to be safe, but never encountered any danger again, stopping at night to rest before setting off the next day. Such a routine continued on. 8 days later, a huge city came into everyone's view, the central capital. Looking from afar, it seemed like this place was the center of the whole world. The size of Central Capital City was difficult to describe. Even from over 100 miles away, its outline was still clearly visible. Those who witnessed its majestic momentum couldn't help feeling small and insignificant in comparison. When people thought of the central capital, they would involuntarily remember a certain saying. From north to south, this is the world's greatest city. Standing at the edge of the south side of the city, one was unable to see the edge of the north side. The entire central capital seemed to be an endless sea of roads, buildings, and people, immense and magnificent. It was often the case that on one side of the city there could be a great storm with thunder and lightning, while at the other end of the city the sun would be shining in a clear blue sky. Even if you were an Immortal Ascension Masters, if you wanted to fly from one end of the city to the other, it would take you at least 2 or 3 hours. This alone illustrated the immense scale of this city. The world's greatest city. It wasn't an undeserved title. It was hard to imagine how such a huge city, almost capable of being a small country in its own right, had been established. According to historical records, this city had already existed at the beginning of recorded time, and over the years, the central capital's 8 great families had put down roots and firmly occupied it. As such, this grand old city constantly expanded and consolidated, growing larger and larger as the years, decades, and centuries passed. Eventually, it became the wonder it was today. The group of 5 people touched down outside and gazed towards the central capital. Although I've lived here nearly my entire life, I still can't help marveling every time I see it, Tang Yuxian said with some slight emotions. Tu Feng also had a dignified expression, and it wasn't just them. Anyone who stood outside the central capital would stop to admire it, regardless of whether they were long-time residents or newcomers. Looking at the huge city that he had been away from for several years, Yang Kai's expression was calm. It was only when he thought about his family waiting for him inside that his pulse quickened slightly. Qiu Yimeng gently brushed her hair back past her ear before turning to look at Yang Kai and say, "Xiao Man and I will be separating with you here. Right now, if we were to be seen together with you, I'm afraid it would cause some misunderstandings." Yang Kai nodded offhandedly. Tu Feng suddenly smiled and turned to Qiu Yimeng. "Young Lady Qiu, for this time's inheritance war, will your Qiu family stand on the little lord's side?" Qiu Yimeng smiled and stared at Yang Kai, calmly replying, "Although I've become acquainted with your little lord, the inheritance war is too important to make a rash decision. I still have to think over it carefully." "What else is there to consider?" Tang Yuxian smiled, striking while the iron was hot. "In addition to the little lord, young Lady Qiu doesn't know any of the other young lords, nor do you know their depths. If the Qiu family were to support one of them, wouldn't that be slightly inappropriate? Even if you did so and lost, the Qiu family's heritage wouldn't be affected, but supporting a character like the little lord is undoubtedly something young Lady Qiu won't regret." Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly waiting for something. However, after a long wait, and seeing Yang Kai having no intention to speak, she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, sighing slightly. "Everything will depend on your little lord's performance." This statement was very thought-provoking. His performance, did she mean how he performed before her, or during the inheritance war? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes swam for a moment, suddenly wearing strange expressions, seemingly like they had just heard some kind of big secret, eventually turning their gaze back towards Qiu Yimeng. Unfortunately for them, Qiu Yimeng's face remained unchanged, still indifferent. Tu Feng continued to add fuel to the fire, a meaningful grin appearing on his face. If the little lord and young Lady Qiu were to join forces, they would definitely be undefeatable. In the future, the central capital would clearly be controlled by the two of you. If you were to form a pair now, it wouldn't be a misdemeanor. Tang Yuxian quickly followed up. "I think so too. Young Lady Qiu doesn't need to hesitate." Qiu Yimeng smiled plainly, as if she didn't understand the hidden meaning of Tu Feng's words, not blushing or showing any signs of embarrassment, just consciously or unconsciously casting her eyes towards Yang Kai. Just when Tu Feng was about to say something more, Yang Kai suddenly interrupted and said, "I'm sure we'll meet again. Until then." This sentence was quite awkward, although Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wanted to take this opportunity to firmly grasp a big ally for Yang Kai. They didn't expect him to suddenly cut them off here. After speaking so, Yang Kai really started walking off. The two blood warriors were stunned for a while, before hurriedly cupping their fists to Qiu Yimeng and hurriedly catching up with Yang Kai. Looking at Yang Kai's quickly disappearing back, Qiu Yimeng stood in place, only coming back to her senses after a long time, not having expected him to so decisively walk away from her. "This guy!" Luo Xiaoman was indignant. "Isn't he a bit too rude? Didn't we travel all this way together? Why didn't he at least say a few words before leaving?" Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed thoughtfully. Did he notice? He should have noticed, or else he wouldn't have just left without making even the slightest effort. This guy, he's really not easily fooled. Elder sister Chiu, aren't you angry? Luo Xiaoman said poutingly to Chiu Yimeng, stomping her foot a few times. How could he just walk off and ignore you? Never mind. Chiu Yimeng let out a light sigh, taking Luo Xiaoman's hand and pulling her along. Let's head back to my Chiu family. Oh, and when we reach my home, you can send a letter to your Purple Fern Valley so they don't worry about you. And I'll do that. After having not seen your senior brother Fan Hong, haven't you been thinking of him? Chiu Yimeng asked with a smile, seemingly wanting to find another topic to discuss to disperse the haze in her heart. Ah, no. Luo Xiaoman shook her slightly blushing face and whispered, I don't know why, but I haven't thought about him for quite some time. That's naturally because you've seen the wonders of the outside world. The two girls hadn't known each other a year ago, but since they initially went to High Heaven Pavilion, they had been involved in one adventure after another, each time encountering various spectacles and dangers. For this period, they had never been apart, so after such a long time experiencing weal and woe together, whether it was Chiu Yimeng or Luo Xiaoman, they regarded each other as family, as though they were both blood sisters. So regarding Chiu Yimeng's words, Luo Xiaoman also didn't have any opinion, not even trying to refute her. On the other side, Yang Kai and the two blood warriors rushed to the south of the central capital. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian walked behind Yang Kai, and although they didn't say a word, they were still filled with doubts, not understanding why Yang Kai hadn't made any effort to win over the Chiu family. If the Lu family didn't enter his eyes, the two blood warriors would take it for granted, but the Chiu family was different. As one of the 8 great families, the support it could provide him was significant. As long as one's head was still working, they wouldn't so easily let go of such a prize. What's more, Chiu Yimeng's status in the Chiu family wasn't low. If Chiu Yimeng agreed to support him, it was basically equal to saying the entire Chiu family supported him. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were curious and wanted to ask, but they didn't know how to start speaking, so instead they just followed behind Yang Kai all the way, pondering over how to bring the matter up. After a while, Tang Yuxian cleared her throat rather loudly and stared towards Tu Feng. The latter was frowning and thinking, so he was caught off guard and temporarily stunned. Seeing such a reaction, Tang Yuxian couldn't help rolling her eyes, feeling slightly speechless. These subtle movements of the two blood warriors were naturally noticed by Yang Kai. Slowing his pace slightly, it wasn't long before the two caught up. Yang Kai turned to them and asked indifferently, Are you confused? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian nodded dully. What's so weird about it? Yang Kai smiled plainly, no traces of regret apparent in his expression. Little lord, why did you just leave young Lady Chiu hanging like that? The Chiu family's forces are not weak. If you could ally with them, they would certainly provide a big boost in manpower and materials for this inheritance war. Tu Feng didn't beat around the bush, asking directly. Both he and Tang Yuxian had decided that as long as the family allowed blood warriors to participate in this time's inheritance war, they would follow Yang Kai, so naturally they wouldn't act indifferently towards Yang Kai's actions like they had before. However, Yang Kai simply shook his head slowly and faintly said, Chiu Yimeng has scruples in her heart, so she won't dare take a stand right now. Thus, even if I were to try to win her over, the result will be the same. Really? Tu Feng was shocked and blankly stared. From what I have seen over her interactions with the little lord, she seems very interested in you. I would even say she favors you quite heavily. Whenever we spoke, she would be full of praise towards the little lord's abilities. That's right. Tang Yuxian also nodded slightly. Her, like me. Yang Kai stared at Tu Feng in shock before laughing loudly. Tu Feng, Tu Feng, if you really think so, then you're too naive. Tu Feng wasn't a young man, so hearing Yang Kai say this to him, his face couldn't help dyeing a slight shade of red. Perhaps my performance is impressive in her eyes, even much stronger than others of our generation. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a self-confident style. Because of this, she will feel that I am different from the other young lords she's interacted with, but that doesn't mean she likes me. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both frowned, still somewhat unconvinced by Yang Kai's argument. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Who is Chiu Yimeng? the first young lady of the Chou family, the most dazzling star of the Chou family's younger generation. Let me ask you a question. For such a woman, can she really decide her own future? Hearing these words, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help but frown. Qiu Yimeng, her pursuers were countless, the most desired young woman of the central capital. But even with so many young talents seeking her favor, Qiu Yimeng was still single. There weren't even rumors of her having a liking for any of the central capital's young lords. The reason for this was because the Chou family's patriarch Qiu Shouchang had declared that anyone who wanted to marry Qiu Yimeng had to enter the Chou family. This simple sentence might sound pleasant to the ear, almost as if Qiu Shouchang dearly loved his daughter and didn't want her to leave the Chou family. But in reality, it was actually that Qiu Shouchang didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity to enhance the Chou family. In a nutshell, Qiu Yimeng's destiny wasn't something she had any control over. In the future, she would become nothing more than a game piece which would draw in benefits for the Chou family via a political marriage. Such ideological education, which held the families interested above all else, had been impressed on her since childhood. Who would become her partner, when she would be married? All of these decisions were to be made by the Chou family's leadership, and she simply didn't have any say in the matter. How could a woman who had received such indoctrination easily decide to stand by Yang Kai's side for this inheritance war? If she were to make a rash decision now, the Chou family would definitely not recognize it. You don't believe it? Yang Kai looked at the two blood warriors carefully. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't answer. Her not entering the central capital's gates with us is the best evidence. Yang Kai smiled lightly. If she had really decided to side with me, she wouldn't care what other people would think. So don't bother saying she favors me, because to her I am at most a Yang family direct descendant who may become her ally. However, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious. If someone better than me were to appear, the Chou family will definitely become my enemy in the future. Both blood warriors looked stunned. Although they felt that Yang Kai's views and thoughts were a bit too extreme, they had no choice but to admit that the various great families didn't place too much importance on the desires of their young lords and young ladies. Accepting the influence of their family from an early age, they would always consider the interests of the family above their own interests. As for things like love, that was a secondary concern. Subordinate will remember the little lord's words. Tu Feng nodded slightly. Because of Tu Feng's position, he didn't need more than a general understanding of politics. Although the blood warriors were powerful elites, they didn't understand the thoughts of these young lords and young ladies. Yang Kai nodded casually before turning around, no longer discussing this topic. After an hour, the three finally arrived at the central capital. Because of the sheer size of the central capital, there were countless gates one could enter from. The three of them had arrived at one of the city's south gates. There was no bustling of ordinary people, nor cultivators streaming back and forth. Instead, the south gate was just like the open mouth of a giant beast. Only a few powerful cultivators stood by this gate, their vision casually glancing around. This south gate couldn't be entered by average people. This gate was the dedicated entrance to the central capital's Yang family home. Each of the 8 great families had their own dedicated gate. Once one entered this gate, they would follow a dedicated path all the way to Yang family's compound. Except for members of the 8 great families, no one could pass through these gates and passages. Any trespassers would be killed without questions. There were a few patrols in front of the south gate, but no cultivators unrelated to the 8 great families ever showed up here, so naturally the atmosphere was quite leisurely. When the trio came to the city gate, the cultivators on guard all directed awe-inspired gazes towards them. After seeing the jade talisman on the 2 blood warriors' waists, they immediately collected themselves and cupped their fists respectfully. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian remained indifferent to this performance, not even blinking, instead just following behind Yang Kai as he strode into the central capital. After the 3 had entered the gate, the guards finally let out a sigh of relief, all of them still slightly overawed. Which young lord is back? He looks pretty young, probably only 17 or 18 years old. A young lord who is only 17 or 18 years old. Could it be the youngest one? Wasn't the youngest lord rumored to be unable to cultivate? If so, then isn't he basically no stronger than an ordinary person? How come he seems so aloof and confident? Strange. Normal or not, it's none of our concern. All we need to do is guard this gate. Right? Don't say such things carelessly. It won't end well for you if one of the family's powerful masters overhears you. However, isn't he the first of the young lords to return to the family? And no one else has returned yet. Less than an incense stick worth of time after Xianxia and the two blood warriors had entered the city gate, a large group of people appeared before them, seemingly having been waiting for their arrival. The number of people in this group was quite big, at least a dozen or so, and the one leading them seemed to be a stout fat man. He was less than 6 feet tall, and his big belly would jiggle slightly every time he walked back and forth in front of the crowd. It seemed like after having paced here for a long time, some sweat had started flowing down his face as he was wiping his forehead and neck from time to time with a handkerchief. Suddenly noticing Xianxia's group of 3, the fat man was temporarily stunned before suddenly showing an overjoyed expression, quickly stowing his handkerchief in his sleeve and signaling to the crowd behind him, all of them swiftly assuming a welcoming posture. Xianxia and the two blood warriors stopped 5 steps in front of this crowd and glanced towards the fat man. Staring at this person, though, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. This fat man was clearly not a Yang family member, but instead came from one of the Yang family's attached forces. His cultivation wasn't high, but since he was here, it must be because of the family's arrangements. What Xianxia didn't understand was why. The two respected warriors have worked hard this time. The fat man first respectfully bowed to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian before his pair of small eyes tightened, almost narrowing to the point of closing as he smiled and looked at Xianxia. Two warriors, may this one ask, which young lord might be under your charge? Tu Feng's expression remained calm as he replied, Fourth Master's son, the little lord. The Yang family's young lords rarely showed themselves in the around the family home, so it wasn't surprising that this fat man didn't recognize Xianxia, so Tu Feng naturally didn't care about this question. The fat man's face showed a slight look of surprises, apparently not having through that the first young lord to return to the family would be the little lord. But he immediately collected himself and, together with the people behind him, quickly cupped his fists and bowed politely. The third-class steward In Tianyu, in accordance with the command of the family, welcomes the little lord back to the capital. Many thanks to the little lord for his hard work these past few years. A third-class steward status in the Yang family was neither high nor low, but given that this In Tianyu's strength wasn't great, he probably didn't have any cultivation talent. The Yang family was a colossus that required many people who were proficient in various fields to help with management. For these individuals, their strength wasn't all that important. What was important was their abilities in the areas they were charged with. Just as Xianxia was wondering what In Tianyu was here for, it turns out the family had actually arranged for him to welcome the various young lords who were returning home. Xianxia's brow loosened as he smiled lightly towards In Tianyu and nodded. Steward In has worked hard. Have you been waiting here many days? Xianxia's amiable response was slightly unexpected for In Tianyu, his small pair of eyes flashing a radiant light as he smiled even more humbly. It is this Yin's privilege to serve as the welcome party for the young lord's return. Waiting a few trivial days' worths of time is no issue at all. Xianxia nodded slightly and asked, What arrangements does the family have for us? The Yang family was different from an average family. The tempering they gave to their juniors was quite cold, so it was unusual for the elders within the family to display any goodwill or politeness to them. In the past, when the Yang family direct descendants returned from their outside life experiences, they would all simply return to their respective residences. No one would be sent to receive them. But this time there was a third-class steward waiting here. Obviously the family had made some other arrangements for them. In Tianyu listened to Xianxia, and he couldn't help but nod appreciatively. The little lord's wit is sharp. This servant admires. Tu Feng interjected here coldly. There's no need for flattery. Just answer the little lord's question. Yes. In Tianyu still maintained his welcoming smile. No trace of distress or dissatisfaction apparent on his face. The situation is this, and the family has commanded that upon their return, The young lords should not first return to their respective residences, but instead report to the Dragon Transformation Pond. The Dragon Transformation Pond, Tu Feng exclaimed. Yang Kai also showed a look of shock while Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed a brilliant light. None of them had expected the family to prepare such an extravagant gift for the returning young lords. The Dragon Transformation Pond, a legendary place where one could leap over the Dragon Gate and be reborn as a dragon. This was a wondrous sacred ground, an ultimate treasure of the Yang family. The waters in the Dragon Transformation Pond were mysterious and could provide a huge benefit to any cultivator who soaked in them. It was said that it could purify the body and even wash one's marrow. If one could cultivate within it for even a few days, their strength would definitely increase as their aptitude would also improve. The aptitude of a cultivator was the foundation of their growth and the cornerstone of their strength. One's aptitude determined the height to which a cultivator could grow. It was generally very difficult to change after birth unless one could acquire some particularly rare precious treasures. However, the waters of the Yang family's Dragon Transformation Pond carried such an effect. All the members of the Yang family would scramble to obtain the chance to enter it. But even the Yang family's direct descendants couldn't easily enter the Dragon Transformation Pond. Any request would be reviewed by the family's elder hall, and only if the elders felt that this disciple's merits and potential warranted such an opportunity would he or she be granted permission. Those who weren't surnamed Yang had an even more difficult time trying to obtain time in the Dragon Transformation Pond. In fact, unless they made a substantial contribution to the family, it was all but impossible. Little Lord Yuxian and I have been to the Dragon Transformation Pond before, and it is a good place. Tu Feng heard these words and couldn't help whispering excitedly. And when I was charged with protecting young Lady Mei, I was seriously injured and almost died. Fortunately, young Lady Mei begged the fifth master to speak on my behalf, and I was fortunately granted permission to enter the Dragon Transformation Pond. Afterwards, not only did my injuries stabilize, but my strength also improved. Tang Yuxian also nodded. How could Yang Kai not be familiar with the effectiveness of the Dragon Transformation Pond? When he had heard the fat man in Tianyu mention it, he almost couldn't help bursting into laughter. Before he had gone to High Heaven Pavilion, his father Yang Yingfeng had applied to the Elder Hall for a chance to use the Dragon Transformation Pond many times because of his congenital defect, wanting to allow Yang Kai to soak within its waters to see if it could improve his aptitude. But no matter how many times Yang Yingfeng applied, he was always rejected by the Elder Assembly. Why squander the power of the Dragon Transformation Pond for a waste? This had led to Yang Yingfeng always having a bleak and guilty expression every time he saw him. It seemed he blamed his own illness for Yang Kai's congenitally defect. Each time his request was rejected, Dong Suzhu, Yang Kai's mother, would also become depressed and shed bitter tears. As a result, Yang Kai's parents would often go take on tasks for the family, working themselves to death in order to earn enough merits to allow Yang Kai to have a chance to enter the Dragon Transformation Pond. However, regardless of how diligently they strove, they were still met with rejection. Next time. There will definitely be an opportunity next time. Each time he came back from the Elder Hall, Yang Yingfeng would speak similar words, seemingly trying to comfort Yang Kai. The guilty and forlorn look in his eyes was something Yang Kai could still picture clearly to this day. Yet now, the goal that his parents had striven so hard to obtain had actually been offered to him freely today. This sudden change couldn't help making Yang Kai wonder what all the pain and effort his parents had endured was for. Thinking so, Yang Kai's thoughts fluctuated for a moment before he slowly closed his eyes and nodded lightly. Obviously oblivious to Yang Kai's mood, In Tianyu smiled greatly as he cupped his fists before his chest and said, "Little Lord, it's best to handle such matters immediately. Would Little Lord be willing to visit the Dragon Transformation Pond now?" A bitterness in Yang Kai's heart made him feel like rejecting this offer suddenly, causing his brow to furrow. But before he had time to think things over, a clear eagle cry rang out above his head. Hearing this cry, everyone present unconsciously looked up, their expressions becoming light. The golden feather eagle perched atop Yang Kai's shoulders also flapped its wings and soared up into the sky. "Another young lord has arrived. It seems we will have a double celebration today." Tianyu laughed happily. He had been waiting here for many days without result, but now two of the young lords had appeared in quick succession. Just as his voice faded, a new group of people came into view. At the head of this group was a youth who appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age. He had sharp facial features that gave a bold impression and rode an impressive cloud-treading colt, slowly approaching Yang Kai's group. Behind him were two staunch blood warriors, and behind these warriors were, unexpectedly, several more powerful experts. As they drew closer, this youth and Yang Kai's eyes met, a surprised expression flashing across the former's face as he quickly examined the latter. Immediately after, though, he smiled and nodded lightly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded back, obviously recognizing this youth's identity after seeing his facial features. Yang Zhao, the second oldest amongst this generation's Yang family direct descendants, and the son of Yang Kai's great-uncle Yang Yinghao. Great-uncle Yang Yinghao was the current patriarch of the Yang family. It was also because he was injured in the battle with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land that the Yang family children had been recalled in advance. Unlike Yang Kai's obscurity, although Yang Zhao had never been publicly presented before, most of the family members knew about his existence and even his face because of his relationship with Yang Yinghao. Yang Kai had also met him a few times, so naturally he was familiar with him. After seeing Yang Zhao, the fat man in Tianyu's expression immediately became more dignified. Even the people standing behind him also sucked in a cold breath. Regardless of Yang Zhao's strength or his performance in the upcoming inheritance war, just the fact that he was the son of the current patriarch meant he couldn't be neglected. Little Lord. Tianyu was a sharp person, so he first turned to Yang Kai respectfully. Attend to your responsibilities. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Many thanks, little lord. After bowing politely, Tianyu quickly smoothed his clothes and stepped towards Yang Zhao, repeating his welcome speech nearly word for word. Yang Zhao sat upon the cloud-treading colt from start to finish, and after listening to Tianyu's report, he simply replied, "Understood." After that, his sight shifted towards Yang Kai again as he wore a smile. Little brother Kai? Second brother. Yang Kai cupping his fists and grinning lightly. Sure enough, it's little brother Kai. Ha ha ha. Yang Zhao laughed loudly as he looked over Yang Kai with great interest. It is says a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood, but it seems the same is true for boys. After not seeing you for only a few years, second brother here almost couldn't recognize you. When we last met, you were just a weak little brat, yet now it seems you've been reborn as a great talent, truly worthy of a member of my Yang family. Whether intentional or not, his words seemed to hint at him being the next head of the Yang family. Second brother overpraises. Yang Kai simply brushed over Yang Zhao's comment, instead just smiling back at him confidently. As the two talked, the few experts behind Yang Zhao also seemed to be examining Yang Kai, a moment later many of them showing some disdainful expressions, seemingly looking down on Yang Kai. Only the two blood warriors didn't show any change in expression. Similar to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, these two blood warriors were only loyal to the Yang family. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai were both Yang family young lords, so they naturally wouldn't show any impolite expressions. However, after noticing the disdainful glances of these strangers, both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help but frown, turning a cold gaze towards these outsiders. Suddenly feeling this icy glare, these few experts immediately went pale and quickly fixed their expressions. Noticing this, Yang Zhao's eyes flashed as he glanced towards Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, slightly surprised. He hadn't imagined that these two would act to support Yang Kai so decisively. Over the course of his journey home, even Yang Zhao himself hadn't been able to win the approval of his two blood warrior escorts. The entire time they had only given thought to completing their duty of escorting him, barely even speaking with him. The difference in treatment was obvious, causing Yang Zhao to immediately realize that something was unusual. Yang Kai seemed to be quite favored by these two blood warriors. But why was that? Suppressing his doubts, Yang Zhao didn't show any outward signs of curiosity, just faintly asking, "Did you fly all the way back?" He saw that Yang Kai and his two blood warriors didn't even have mounts, so naturally he would think so. Yang Kai nodded offhandedly. The road home must have been hard, Yang Zhao said casually before jumping off his cloud-treading colt. walking over towards Xianxia and saying, "If you don't mind, why don't we go to the dragon transformation pond together? On the way there you can let second brother listen to your adventures over the past few years." "Good." Xianxia smiled. "And let's go." Yang Zhao also let out a laugh, walking a few steps before suddenly turning back and saying, "Right, you all should go to the house and wait for me. I'll return within 3 to 5 days. The group of strangers nodded in acknowledgement. The two blood warriors didn't react, though. They were only responsible for escorting Yang Zhao back to the family safely. So once they had arrived here, their mission was already finished. From here, they would simply return to the Blood Warrior Hall. "Thank you for your hard work." Xianxia also signaled to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian with a smile. The two of them responding, "Little Lord, take care." This kind of affectionate attitude could help drawing surprised looks from Yang Zhao and the other two blood warriors. After Xianxia and Yang Zhao left, the four blood warriors glanced at each other silently before flying off towards the Blood Warrior Hall. Halfway there, one of the two blood warriors turned and asked, "Tu Feng, how come you and Yuxian seem quite friendly with the little lord? Did he display some impressive abilities on the way back? If so, please tell us about it." The blood warriors were all very familiar with each other, so while they wouldn't show it in front of outsiders, they naturally didn't act so stoic when no one else was around. Tu Feng just slowly shook his head. "No, it's just that the little lord was quite kind with us along the journey. Although no one here was an outsider, Tu Feng wouldn't be stupid enough to divulge Xianxia's secret, because the people here may soon become his opponents. Extolling his good point and methods here would only bring harm to him." This man obviously didn't believe Tu Feng's words, but only grinned fiercely in response. "What about you? What was your trip with the second young lord like?" Tu Feng quickly reciprocated. The men looked indifferent, the one who had spoken previously replying flatly, "Nothing special." The four suddenly looked at each other and simultaneously sneered. Everyone knew that the other party was simply talking nonsense. But even if they knew, none of them would say so out loud. At this time, no matter which blood warrior it was, they wouldn't divulge information about the young lord which was under their charge. Even if the one who asked was the patriarch or an elder, they still wouldn't talk. The blood warriors truly were synonymous with loyalty. At the same time, Xianxia and Yang Zhao were casually walking in the direction of the dragon transformation pond. The two brothers only spoke with one another about the various trivial things they had experienced over the past few years. As for which sect they had joined and what people they had met, nothing was discussed. Both of them knew that this brother of theirs was actually a rival. Neither of them knew what schemes the other might try to use in order to knock them down and beat them into submission. The inheritance war was nothing less than a civil war between brothers, a contest of both strength and wits. The two brothers traveled along the road side by side. To an observer, they would appear to be a happy and harmonious family. After a short time, they had arrived at the Dragon Transformation Pond's location. Surrounding it was a countless number of cultivators on guard. There were also many masters secretly paying close attention to this place, their divine senses constantly sweeping over the area. Once there was an outsider attempting to get close to it, no questions would be asked. They would be ruthlessly executed immediately. One time, a first-class family steward had come to deliver the Yang family a tribute. After finishing his mission, he had somehow lost his way and strayed into the Dragon Transformation Pond's region. Before he could breathe a word, the Yang family masters and guards had killed him. After this matter was passed out, that first-class family not only didn't dare ask for an explanation, they instead sent another envoy bearing twice as many gifts to apologize for this infraction. This treasured land of the Yang family had always been one of its most tightly guarded positions. Although this place was inside the central capital, with the Dragon Transformation Pond as its center, for several kilometers around the land retained its most primitive state. If someone were to see this place without knowing where they were, they'd likely think they had strayed into the wilderness. A thick fog bank lingered here, so dense one couldn't see the fingers of their outstretched hand. Surrounding the fog bank was a lush and verdant forest, with a number of shadows seemingly appearing and disappearing at random. It was in this region's deepest place that one could enter the Dragon Transformation Pond and cleans their physique. When Yang Zhao and Yang Kai arrived here, they quickly stopped talking. Yang Zhao stepped forward and cupped his fists. Junior Yang Zhao, by order of the Elder Assembly, has come to visit the Dragon Transformation Pond. Junior dares to ask which senior stands guard here. A moment later, from within the fog bank, a strange voice floated. This old master is called Xiao Zhengqing. So it is young Lord Zhao. The young lord beside you is who? Before Yang Kai could answer, Yang Zhao had quickly stepped forward and replied, "This is little brother Kai." The voice in the fog was silent for a while, seemingly contemplating who this little brother Kai Yang Zhao spoke of was, eventually saying, "Since you have arrived here, the two young lords should come in." As this voice spoke, the fog bank in front of the two brothers parted ways, like two invisible giant hands had pulled it apart, revealing a clear passage into the interior. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai and Yang Zhao discovered to their shock that both sides of this channel were actually lined by a number of Yang family masters. The closest one to them was actually less than 5 meters away. When these people were engulfed by the fog, the two brothers hadn't even noticed them, nor had they detected any signs of energy within the fog itself. These Yang family guards were obviously different from those who stood around outside. Each of them was calm and steady, most of them having reached the true element boundary, while the remaining few were Immortal Ascension boundary masters. All of these guards possessed a dignified aura as they turned their gazes towards the two youths. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai both glanced at each other, unable to hide a slight trace of excitement before facing forward and walking towards the open channel. "Welcome, two young lords. 2 young lords, please." All the way, these Yang family guards nodded slightly and respectfully towards the two brothers. Yang Zhao wore a light smile on his face, striding forward with great confidence. Yang Kai beside him didn't say a word, instead quietly releasing his divine sense to explore his surroundings, his heart secretly surprised by what he found. Although he was also a Yang family member, Yang Kai wasn't familiar with the depths of the Yang family's heritage and capital. However, after this simple probe, he was surprised to find that the cultivators here, compared to the common disciples of a second-class sect with equal cultivation realms, were undoubtedly a lot stronger, their combat strength also much greater. Whether it was their spiritual energy, physique strength, blood force, or true qi, they were all more vigorous and pure. Yang Kai investigated the two men standing before him and found out that each one of them was most likely capable of emerging victorious over 3 opponents of the same realm at the same time. Of course, this was only when comparing to other common disciples. But even this was amazing enough. Moreover, the fog back here was also rather strange. When Yang Kai tried to penetrate it with his divine sense, it was like he had dove into a pool of stagnant water, unable to sense the slightest things inside it. Clearly this place had a very profound spirit array in operation. After a stick of incense worth of time, the view in front of them suddenly became clear, the fog bang dissipating, giving people a feeling of emerging from a dark forest into a bright village. Before them, at the edge of a huge pool, 3 old men with white beards sat cross-legged, staring towards the two brothers. After seeing the two youths emerge from the fog bank, the old man in the middle smiled and spoke, "Yang Zhao." Yang Zhao wore a respectful expression and quickly cupped his fists. Junior Yang Zhao greets 3 seniors, anyone who could stand guard beside the Dragon Transformation Pond, regardless of whether they were surnamed Yang, would obviously have great status inside the Yang family, at least comparable to the family's elders. Obviously Yang Zhao wouldn't dare show any disrespect. Xiao Zhengqing and the other 2 old men smiled lightly, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Zhao's attitude. Turning his eyes towards Yang Kai, Xiao Zhengqing couldn't help feeling slightly suspicious. "Are you Yang Yingfeng's son?" "Yes." Junior Yang Kai greets 3 seniors. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He was far less calm on the inside. These 3 people were all peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters. In other words, none of them was worse than Ling Tai-su before his latest breakthrough. Yet all 3 of them had actually been tasked with guarding the Dragon Transformation Pond. It was obviously how much value the Yang family placed on this place. With these 3, the mysterious spirit array, and the myriad of expert guards stationed in the area, it was likely that only an above Immortal Ascension boundary master had any chance of breaking into this place. After learning about Yang Kai's lineage, Xiao Zhengqing only slightly nodded, the other two old men also not saying a word. It seemed like for them, Yang Zhao was more worthy of their attention. These old masters' attitude didn't surprise Yang Kai much, so he paid it no mind. Senior, why did the family arrange for us to enter the dragon transformation pond this time? Yang Zhao saw that Xiao Zhengqing was quite optimistic about himself and was also quite curious about this point, so he hurriedly asked this question. Xiao Zhengqing smiled lightly and replied, "Naturally it is because the family wants to improve your future prospects. Over the past few years you have been practicing in first-class forces, but how can the resources there compare with our Yang family? Whether it be the practice of martial skills or the absorption of pill efficacies, both will leave behind traces of damage and impurities in the body. The dragon transformation pond can cleanse these impurities from your physiques." Yang Zhao smiled happily and nodded. Junior will certainly live up to the family's expectations. Xiao Zhengqing laughed. Good. Worthy of the patriarch's son. Truly different from others. The center of the dragon transformation pond has the greatest efficacies. You should enter there to cultivate. Yang Kai's brow couldn't help but wrinkle. Although he didn't expect Xiao Zhengqing to be optimistic about himself, such blatant favoritism was still uncomfortable to his ears. However, he knew well enough to hold his tongue here. Right now, he really had no power or achievements, so anything he said would only bring more disdain upon himself. If he wanted to change others' opinions of him, there was only one way. That was to rise to the top of the Yang family. By that time, everyone would have no choice but to respect and obey him. Yang Zhao nodded slightly before he and Yang Kai glanced towards the center of the dragon transformation pond. Only a vague outline of the pond was visible because a strange layer of mist hovered above the water's surface. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that this mist was different from the fog bank they had just passed through. The outer fog was only used to shield this place, while this mist above the dragon transformation pond was actually a gathering of pure energy. It seemed like the water in the entire dragon transformation pond was a crystallization of this energy, condensed into a liquid form, while mist above it was a residual leakage. The dragon transformation pond is a place to purify one's physique. This is a rare opportunity, so you must cherish it, Xiao Zhengqing said lightly. Another of the old men interjected at this point. The dragon transformation pond is also a place to test a person's aptitude. The longer one can cultivate within it, the higher their aptitude is. Yang Zhao, you must strive hard here. You are different from the other young lords. You are the son of the patriarch. Many people are optimistic about you. There was a clear look of excitement on Yang Zhao's face, as if he couldn't wait to prove himself, quickly cupping his fists and shouting, "Yes, go!" Xiao Zhengqing waved his hand and an invisible force wrapped both Yang Zhao and Yang Kai, gently sending them into the dragon transformation pond. As the mist rolled, the two youths disappeared into the pool at the same time. Surrounded by a chilly feeling, the water in the dragon transformation pond seemed to have some effect as Yang Kai clearly felt some of its energy flow into his body's acupuncture points and pores, causing him a sharp, stinging pain. But immediately after, the pain disappeared and the energy which seeped into his meridians, under the smelting of Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi, was quickly stored into his unyielding golden skeleton. Yang Kai looked blank, suddenly feeling that this dragon transformation pond seemed quite different from what he had expected. It didn't appear to have any of the rumored magical effects. Turning to look at Yang Zhao, Yang Kai's expression became even odder. He found that his second brother seemed to be enduring tremendous pain at the moment, his entire face blood red, his true qi circulating madly as he pulled the energy in the dragon transformation pond into his body. Immediately, some impurities were discharged from Yang Zhao, and the crystal clear water in the pool seemed to become contaminated. Yang Kai quickly swam a distance away, in somewhat of a trance. Looking at Yang Zhao's current appearance, the dragon transformation pond was clearly useful and could really help one cleanse their body. So why couldn't he feel any of its effects? After contemplating for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly realized something, his expression cramping up. If his guess was correct, then the reason for all this was the myriad drug liquid. If one took the myriad drug liquid for a long time, it would purify the body and fundamentally improve that person's aptitude. Since he had obtained the myriad drug liquid, as long as he wasn't incapable of doing so, Xianxia had taken a drop every day. After following this regimen for such a long time, all of the impurities in his body had been eliminated and his aptitude had also been significantly improved. So even if he entered the dragon transformation pond now, what benefit could it give him? The effects of the dragon transformation pond were definitely not as good as those of the myriad drug liquid. Realizing all this, Xianxia's face sank. Affected by his childhood preconceptions, he hadn't held great expectations of entering the dragon transformation pond. So now seeing it have basically no use to him, naturally Xianxia felt disappointed. The dragon transformation pond couldn't providing any help to him, but since he had just come it, leaving right away was somewhat inappropriate. So Xianxia simply sat there bored, silently circulated his true Yang secret art, absorbing and refining some of the energy in the dragon transformation pond. Yang family home. The news that the two young lords had returned had quickly spread. The two golden feather eagles circling above the family's compound were the best evidence. At this time, a man and a woman were racing towards the dragon transformation pond. Both of their expressions were a mix of nervousness and anticipation, as well as some awkwardness. The middle-aged man was better, somehow forcing himself to remain calm, but he still couldn't restrain himself from trembling slightly, his face occasionally showing a joyful expression. On the other hand, the woman, while flying, was constantly wiping her red puffy eyes, silently crying, her tears spilling out over the ground. After a while, the middle-aged man couldn't stand it anymore, sighing lightly. "Suju, why are you crying? Our son returning home is a happy occasion." Dong Suju continued to wipe her tears as she choked on the words she tried to say. I just can't help it. Too. You think I want to cry? These tears, they just came out. Oh, I. Yang Yingfeng was dumbstruck. If our son were to see you now, he would probably think I've been bullying you at home. Dong Suju suddenly flew into a rage. Haven't you been bullying me? Tell me what happened last time with that damn fox? Why was she shouting Big Brother Yang so intimately? Her words were extremely sharp and articulate, no longer crying in the slightest. Where did her incoherent appearance disappear to all of a sudden? The Yang family's fourth master staggered, his face turning beet red, his expression becoming somewhat sullen. That was just a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Dong Suju replied indignantly, suddenly wearing a pitiful expression. When I married into the Yang family, I was only 18 years old. I've been by your side now for over 20 years, yet I haven't experienced much joy in my time here. Instead, it has been constant toiling and hardship, but now, even at this age, I still have to worry about my husband being seduced by some vixen. Had I only known so, I never would have agreed to come to the central capital to participate in that inheritance war, making me meet such an unconscionable man again. Woo-woo! As she spoke, Dong Suju rubbed the corners of her eyes again as she quietly observed Yang Yingfeng's reaction. I swear to you it was just an accident. Yang Yingfeng's forehead suddenly oozed cold sweat. Although Dong Suju was not young now, her age classifying her as middle-aged, but through some strange natural coincidence, until now she still appeared no different than a young woman in her mid-20s. The long years seemed to have left no trace on her at all. And although Dong Suju wasn't young, she was still very lively, often saying things and acting in a manner more appropriate for a young girl, making those who knew her not know whether to laugh or cry. In fact, various anecdotes often occurred when this husband and wife pair went out together. When people who weren't familiar with the pair came up to them, they would respectfully say, "Greetings, Yang family fourth master. Greetings, young lady Yang." Each time Yang Yingfeng would feel like holding his head and ask, "Who is this young lady Yang?" To his question, they would politely reply, "Isn't this the fourth master's daughter? Truly a dragon father and phoenix mother will not give birth to a chicken daughter. The fourth master must be incredibly proud of this young lady Yang." Facing this unbridled praise, Yang Yingfeng's face would change from purple to blue. Dong Suju, on the other hand, Instead of correcting these newcomers would instead grab hold of Yang Yingfeng's arm with a smile, nodding lightly as she enjoyed their misunderstanding, seemingly hoping these people would say even a few more sweet words. As the number of such experiences increased, the Yang family's fourth master also grew experience in handling such affairs. Whenever an unfamiliar person walked up to him at a gathering and wanted to exchange greetings, Yang Yingfeng would take the initiative to say, "Greetings, I am Yang Yingfeng. This is my wife Dong Suzhu." This would precipitate an odd reaction from these strangers, many of them thinking that the Yang family's fourth master was a weird person, seemingly afraid that the world wouldn't know he was an old cow chewing on tender grass, therefore actively introducing himself so. Maybe it was the Yang family's temperament was just weird. How these great family direct descendants acted was really not easy to comprehend. This latest issue brought up by Dong Suzhu had actually happened 3 years ago. The woman who had a good impression of Yang Yingfeng had long since disappeared from his mind, but Dong Suzhu was still holding on to that incident, and every time she felt depressed she would invariably bring it up. What's more, because of the Yang family's fourth master's mild temperament, he would always suffer a loss. It was clear that he wasn't in the wrong, it was that other woman's one-sided attraction to him. But as long as Dong Suzhu mentioned it, Yang Yingfeng immediately became as obedient as a grandson, apologizing so profusely it was almost embarrassing to watch. "It's nothing more than a misunderstanding, you don't have anything to worry about. All that happened was I helped her when she was in trouble. In fact, I didn't say more than 3 sentences to her." Yang Yingfeng continued to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, nervously explaining himself over and over again. By this point, he had actually lost track of how many times he had apologized for this. "Really?" Dong Suzhu sniffled, her expression looking like it was on the verge of breaking out into tears again at any moment. "You aren't lying to me?" "I'm not lying. From the moment I met you till the moment I die I have and never will lie to you." Yang Yingfeng pounded his chest and declared in a heroic manner. "Fourth brother is really good to me." Dong Suzhu extolled, suddenly bursting into laughter. The Yang family's fourth master nodded and grinned, his smile quite similar to Yang Kai's, just lacking a certain demonic quality. "You won't tell our son about this, right?" Yang Yingfeng suddenly thought of something, hurriedly asking. That all depends on how you behave in the future. If one day I'm not happy, maybe I'll have to have a chat with our son. You know, when you chat, some things come up unexpectedly." Cough, cough, cough. The Yang family's fourth master suddenly felt uncomfortable, thinking about the grand image of him in his son's heart crumbling into dust. That would certainly be a terrible day. As she spoke about her son, Dong Suzhu's face became a little more proper, muttering lightly, "Over the past few years, I wonder if my son has brought home a wife with him. No, I heard from Tu Feng that he came back alone. But Tu Feng told me that there seems to be a woman who has a crush on him." "How many women?" Dong Suzhu asked interestedly. "How many?" Yang Yingfeng's brow twitched, suddenly loudly declaring, "Of course there is only one. If he dares mess around, I'll break his legs." Dong Suzhu's smiling face quickly became cold, saying to her husband with deep meaning, "If you dare do so, I'll twist off your leg." Yang Yingfeng's neck shrank unconsciously, suddenly dumbstruck. Why was it that him speaking a mere 3 sentences to another woman had let her hold a grudge for 3 years? But when it came to their son, she had no problem if he brought home more than one wife. Wasn't that too much of a double standard? As they approached the dragon transformation pond's restricted area, Dong Suzhu said in a fluster, "Husband, quickly tell me, are my clothes in order? How about me hair? It's not a mess, is it? Is there anything out of place?" The Yang family's fourth master nearly choked. "Why are you worrying so much about your appearance? This isn't a blind date or something." Dong Suzhu spat disdainfully. "Seeing my son after so long is far more important than some blind date." After thinking for a while, Yang Yingfeng felt that what his wife said was somewhat justified and helped her arrange her clothes, half nervously asking, "How about me? Do I have any problems? Your beard is a little thick, but that's all right." "N." Yang Yingfeng gave a satisfied nod. Both husband and wife stopped at the edge of the dragon transformation pond's restricted area, each of them holding their breath as they stared towards the thick fog bank, standing up straight, waiting awkwardly. It was as if they were here to receive some great master. After waiting for a while, Yang Yingfeng suddenly said, "Su Zhu, our son should now be cleansing himself in the dragon transformation pond. The process should take at least 1 or 2 days before he comes out. What should we do in the meantime? Do you want to go back?" Dong Su Zhu seemingly casually suggested. "Good. There are some things I should attend to. When I finish, I'll come meet with you." Yang Yingfeng nodded and turned around to leave. However, after only making it a few steps, the Yang family's fourth master suddenly felt a cold, murderous glare piercing his back, sending a cold shiver up his spine. Yang Yingfeng couldn't help freezing in place, hurriedly turning back, his expression quite dignified as he walked over and stood shoulder to shoulder with Dong Su Zhu, gently holding her hand as he stared forward. "What's the matter?" Dong Su Zhu smiled blankly at him, her tone as soft as water. The Yang family's fourth master snorted once and said, "I suddenly thought that it's better for me to wait here with you. In any case, those other matters aren't that important. I can handle them some other time. It's all right, I can wait alone." Dong Su Zhu looked at Yang Yingfeng gently and spoke incomparably sweetly, her face filled with tender affection. "If you're busy, you don't need to worry about our mother and child. When my son comes out, I can simply take him with me to the Dong family. There's no need for him to take part in this nonsense inheritance war." "No need." Yang Yingfeng shook his head like a rattle. "I'll wait here with you." Inside the dragon transformation pond, half a day later, Yang Kai couldn't stand it any longer. The dragon transformation pond had no effect on him, so all he could do was quietly cultivate by circulating his true Yang secret art. Although cultivating here was faster than normal, but it wasn't anything significant. If it were any other time, after discovering this place didn't provide him any benefits, Yang Kai would have simply left. However, when he remembered the dismissive look on the faces of the 3 old men outside, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little stubborn. Glancing across the way, he was surprised to find that Yang Zhao's condition hadn't changed much, still desperately struggling to clean his body of impurities. Shaking his head helplessly, Yang Kai quietly jumped out from the dragon transformation pond. Mid-air, after circulating his true qi, steam gently rose from Yang Kai's body, his clothes drying before he touched down next to the water. Xiao Zhengqing and the other 2 men looked towards Yang Kai blankly. As they had said, the dragon transformation pond was a place to test a person's aptitude. The better their aptitude, the longer they could stay in the dragon transformation pond and the greater the benefits they would obtain. The 3 old men had been guarding this place for many years and had seen many Yang family disciples enter the dragon transformation pond. But even those with the worst of aptitudes would insist for at least a full day and night before coming out. But now, incredibly, someone had actually only managed to last less than half a day before jumping out on his own. This kind of performance was really too unsightly. Xiao Zhengqing and the other 2 old men had very high positions in the Yang family, so naturally there was no need for them to give Yang Kai any face. What's more, the 3 of them weren't very optimistic about Yang Kai from the start. "Already coming out?" One of them snorted coldly, their expression quite disdainful. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, but although he was unhappy, he didn't talk back, simply saying, "3 seniors, what instructions do you have?" "None. You may leave," Xiao Zhengqing said casually. Yang Kai nodded and quickly cupped his fists to the 3 masters before turning and striding away. As for the slight chuckling sounds behind him, Yang Kai simply turned a deaf ear to them. "When I left the Yang family all those years ago, I was still just an ordinary mortal, unable to cultivate. Now I'm returning as a true element boundary 7th stage cultivator. It's like that was a lifetime ago." Yang Kai's heart was also very concerned about his parents back home. Due to the family rules, it was impossible for him to come back to visit them. Some time ago, Dong Qinghan had told him that his mother had secretly snuck out to see him, the result being that she was discovered by the family. In her place, his father Yang Yingfeng had suffered 30 lashes as punishment, causing Yang Kai no small worry. He really wanted to know how his parents had fared these past few years. Yang Kai's heart pounded all the way as he walked towards the outside from the Dragon Transformation Pond's restricted area, and just as he stepped out of the fog bank, he saw two straight figures quietly standing there, looking expectantly towards the pond. When their eyes met, all of them were stunned. Yang Kai had never thought his mother and father would be waiting here for him. After all, it had only been half a day since he had returned to the family. If someone hadn't deliberately informed them, they might not have even known he was back yet. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu also didn't expect that their Soon would appear in front of them so soon. This unexpected development left all of them temporarily dumbstruck. When Yang Yingfeng had said that Yang Kai would spend at least 1 or 2 days cultivating in the Dragon Transformation Pond, he had already overestimated Yang Kai's aptitude as much as possible. He had already heard about Kai's current cultivation realm from Tu Feng and knew that he had already solved his congenital problem. But as for Yang Kai's true aptitude, the Yang family's fourth master was still clueless. Estimating that Yang Kai could stay in the Dragon Transformation Pond for a day or two would mean his aptitude was certainly not fantastic, but at least better than normal. Unexpectedly, after only half a day, Yang Kai came out from the Dragon Transformation Pond. Only being able to insist for such a short time, Yang Kai's aptitude was apparently very problematic. After the three of them started at each other blankly for a moment, Yang Kai smiled gently. For all these years outside, he had never revealed such a warm, happy smile. Dong Suzhu's expression completely collapsed, her tears once again streaming down, unable to say anything, instead just stepping forward and holding her son in her arms. But today's Yang Kai was obviously not the same one who had left so long ago. After all these years outside, he was now a head taller than her. As a result, Dong Suzhu could only stand on her tiptoes and loop her small hand over Yang Kai's neck, pulling his head onto her slender shoulder as she gently combed his hair while her other hand wrapped around his broad back. Dong Suzhu opened her mouth several times to speak, but all that came out was a quiet weeping. As her tears fell like raindrops on his shoulder, Yang Kai felt a long-absent sense of warmth overcome him, gently sniffing the familiar fragrance that had comforted him so when he was a child. At that moment, Yang Kai's heart became peaceful as all his tension and nervousness seemed to melt away. The ship, which had been sailing for so long, had finally returned to familiar harbors. Yang Kai's eyes wet slightly. Even the Yang family's fourth master, who tried to portray the image of an iron-blooded man, at this moment, also had blurry eyes as he kept his head up, desperately squeezing back his tears. "Mother, I'm home," Yang Kai whispered softly. Dong Suzhu finally managed to calm herself and gently patted Yang Kai's back while nodding her head again and again. "Good, good. You coming home is good." After more than a dozen breaths, Dong Suzhu's voice gradually became steady, finally able to speak without bursting into tears. Reluctantly, she separated herself from Yang Kai and placed both her hands on his shoulders, carefully examining him from head to toe, with an expression filled with joy. He had grown taller and stronger, no longer the thin child who appeared so weak in the past. Her son, who now stood in front of her, gave off a courageous and dependable aura. Thinking about all he must have gone through in order to grow to such an extent, Dong Suzhu felt her tears welling up again. One's growth was always accompanied by hardships. For Yang Kai to have become like this in such a short time, the number of trials and tribulations he must have suffered outside was definitely not small. Yang Kai tried signaling his father with his eyes, hoping he could comfort his mother, but what he saw was his old man's head staring away, up into the sky at a 45-degree angle, seemingly watching the birds fly by as he crossed his arms in front of him. With the corners of his eyes moist, helplessly sighing to himself, Yang Kai could only do his best to comfort Dong Suzhu himself. "It's all right. Don't cry. Sniff. And I've let you see something disgraceful." Dong Suzhu gently nodded as she tried to dry her tears, her eyes swollen like ripe peaches. Yang Kai smiled and looked towards Yang Yingfeng. However, the Yang family's fourth master still maintained his stance. Even the 8 winds would be unable to move him. "Ha!" Yang Kai sighed softly. In a slight flurry of confusion, Yang Yingfeng took a deep breath, quickly turned his head and actually held out his hands to cup his fists towards Yang Kai, opening his mouth to say something when he suddenly felt something was wrong. I'm seeing my son, not greeting my elders. Why am I cupping my fists to him? Isn't this backwards? His old face suddenly blushing rose red. The Yang family's fourth master casually extended his arms and brushed some invisible dust off his sleeves before crossing his arms behind his back and nodding slightly, doing his best to portray a calm demeanor. Ahem, you've returned. Yang Kai's nose twitched slightly, feeling half joyful and half helpless, doing his best to ignore his father's gaffe and simply nodding his head. I've returned. Good. Then we should head back. The Yang family's fourth master spoke decisively, waving his hand exaggeratedly before turning around, walking away quickly, his ears still slightly red. Yang Kai and Dong Suju glanced at each other before quickly following, both of them grinning knowingly. Although Yang Yingfeng didn't have much to say when he saw Yang Kai, anyone who saw him at that moment would be able to tell how happy he was. Even his footsteps seemed to have become much lighter than before. The fourth master's house. The group of three walked up to the entrance and returned home. Yang Yingfeng's courtyard was neither big nor small. After all, he only had one son and a dozen or so servants, so the house seemed a fair bit quieter than other nearby residences. Inside the gates, the family's servants had all lined up along the entranceway, respectfully bowing to welcome Yang Kai home. Yang Yingfeng quickly made the servants prepare a number of dishes while also drawing a bath for his son to wash himself. Meanwhile, Dong Suju took Yang Kai's hand and led him straight to his former bedroom. Pushing open the familiar door, Yang Kai slowly walked in and saw a nostalgic sight. There was basically no difference between what he saw before him and his childhood memories. No matter the layout or the decorations inside, there was absolutely no change. The bed was neatly made with fresh sheets and there was not a speck of dust in sight. Obviously someone had meticulously maintained this place while he had been away. Yang Yingfeng's eyes flashed as he quietly whispered, "After you left, your mother would often come here, as if you were still at home." Dong Suju maliciously twisted Yang Yingfeng's waist, silently rebuking her thick-skinned husband who simply endured it as he glanced back at her and smiled. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I only came here to look around occasionally," Dong Suju quickly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing better than anyone that his old room was likely not only frequented by his mother, but even his father as well. The whole house was filled with familiar warmth of family. He could almost picture Yang Yingfeng standing here, sighing repeatedly while Dong Suju would sit on his bed while wiping the tears from her face. More than 6 years, over 1,000 days and nights. If one wasn't a parent, they would never be able to comprehend the hardship of this period. Yang Kai's heart beat slightly faster, his breathing becoming a bit disordered, not knowing what to say. "I'm going to open my best wine. Let's have our meal here today." Yang Yingfeng fumbled over his words, feeling like he was about to show an unsightly performance, quickly turning around and dashing off. "I'm going to help out in the kitchen. Son, rest here for a while." Not long after, a group of servants carried over a number of dishes, each one having been cooked by Dong Suju herself, while Yang Yingfeng brought over a bottle of good wine, one he had cherished for many years and had before now been unwilling to drink. The family of three, who sat together at the same table for the first time in many years, shared a jubilant meal. As the night went on, the fourth master drank generously, seemingly having determined that he would not stop tonight until he was completely drunk. Dong Suju also joined her husband in his revelry so soon. Only Yang Kai remained sober. "Rest here for today. Tomorrow we can talk again." Despite all the questions he had, Yang Yingfeng didn't ask anything on this first day of Yang Kai's return home, standing up swiftly as he prepared to leave. Dong Suju, who was clearly drunk, turned her slightly glossy eyes to her husband and nodded. "You go back yourself. Tonight I'll sleep here with my son. I haven't slept together with him for so long." Yang Kai immediately choked on his wine. The Yang family's fourth master stared dully for a moment before nodding firmly, turning around and walking towards the door unsteadily. "Wait!" Yang Kai quickly called out to his father. What's wrong?" Yang Yingfeng asked casually. "Father, you don't think there's anything wrong here?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he felt a slight headache coming on. Yang Yingfeng paused and thought seriously for a while before frowning. What's the problem? Yang Kai grabbed his forehead and rubbed his temples, wondering just how drunk his old man was. Did he still see him as a child or something? However, no matter what he said right now, Yang Kai knew that his parents wouldn't listen, so in desperation, he could only call the maidservants outside to help Dong Suju return to her room to rest. As her footsteps gradually drifted away, Dong Suju's muttering drifted into Yang Kai's ears. Let go of me. I have to sleep with my son tonight. Anyone who pulls me away, I'll hit mercilessly. In the future, I must never allow these two to get drunk. Yang Kai decided secretly to himself. Dawn the next day, Yang Kai got up early as always to practice his tempered body record under the morning sun. The true qi in his meridians flowed with great vigor, some faint signs of breakthrough apparent. At the Liu family home, Yang Kai had absorbed a large piece of Yang crystal jade, coupled with his daily myriad drug liquid regimen to cleanse his body. It was only natural for him to show signs of promotion. Calming his mood, showing neither sadness nor joy, he let himself enter a serene state. Half an hour later, covered in perspiration, Yang Kai ended his morning routine. After breakfast, one of the servants came to inform him of the fourth master's summons. Yang Kai knows that his father must have a lot of things to say to and ask of him, so he didn't show any signs of surprise. After tidying himself up a bit, he quickly rushed to his father's study. Unsurprisingly, not only was Yang Yingfeng waiting for him, Dong Suju also sat nearby and stared towards the door. When Yang Kai entered the room, Dong Suju quickly stood up and pulled him to sit next to her. When all three were seated, the Yang family's fourth master coughed and looked at Dong Suju. Do you want to go first, or should I? You start. I only have some trivial things I want to ask. Yang Yingfeng nodded, his expression becoming slight more dignified as he spoke. My relationship with High Heaven Pavilion. Your Grandmaster should have told you, right? Yes. Grandmaster has spoken to me about it. Yang Kai nodded. Then you should also know why I told you to go to High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Yingfeng paused before letting out a sigh. Son, I ask you, how is High Heaven Pavilion now? Yang Yingfeng only knew that High Heaven Pavilion had been raised by the angered Qiu family's masters, and that High Heaven Pavilion's thousands of disciples had been disbanded while the sect elders had gone missing. High Heaven Pavilion was not only Yang Kai's sect, but also the Yang family fourth master's sect. How could he not be concerned about its fate? Yang Kai gathered his thoughts for a moment before briefly describing the series of events that had led to the sect's destruction. As he spoke, Yang Yingfeng's expression became more and more sullen. But now, Qiu Yimeng helped re-establish High Heaven Pavilion, and it is now under my jurisdiction. Until the sect's name can be cleared, it will be considered a force attached to me. Yang Kai's gloomy expression gradually relaxed. Qiu Yimeng. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju both stared blankly at Yang Kai. The Qiu family's first young lady? And how could she be helping to rebuild High Heaven Pavilion? The sect was burned down by her own family's masters. Strange? Yang Yingfeng frowned, unable to understand, slowly shaking his head and asking, Is there any special reason for this? I helped her with a small matter, so she's just reciprocating. Rebuilding High Heaven Pavilion isn't a big deal for her. Yang Kai said casually. You helped her with something? The Yang family fourth master's expression became more and more confused, staring curiously at his son, seemingly trying to understand his relationship with the Qiu family's eldest daughter. Dong Suju, on the other hand, wore a brilliant smile as she looked towards Yang Kai. Kaier, are you friends with her? We're not friends, but not strangers either. Yang Kai nodded. Dong Suju licked her small red lips lightly and laughed. That Qiu family girl is truly a good match. They say that any man who can become her husband will become the next Qiu family patriarch. Son, you'll have to work hard to take her away. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Towards Qiu Yimeng he really had no stray thoughts. It was undeniable that as a woman she was very attractive even without considering her background. If he could win her favor, she would also be a big boost to him in the upcoming inheritance war. But Yang Kai still somewhat instinctively rejected her. To put it simply, she was too shrewd. Her sharp wits and insightfulness always made him feel on edge. Such traits appearing on a daughter was no doubt a headache for any big family. If it was just cooperation, Xianxia would happily welcome her. But it was absolutely impossible for him to seek any kind of intimate relationship with her. Re-establishing the sect, Yang Yingfeng muttered to himself. Qiu Yimeng isn't the master of the Qiu family, so this is not something she can do alone. If any of the Central Capital 8 great families were to speak on behalf of High Heaven Pavilion, the stigma surrounding it could be easily removed. Although it was declared an evil sect, in reality, it wasn't a difficult problem to solve. What was actually important was that High Heaven Pavilion was the Demon Lord's original sect. It was only because of this that it had received such unanimous condemnation. Has there been any word from Grand Master? Xianxia asked quietly. Yang Yingfeng shook his head bitterly. I've sent people to investigate, but after that battle, your Grand Master and the other sect elders all disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, Yang Yingfeng remembered something and asked with expectation, is it true that Master has really broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary? When the Qiu family masters returned from their initial expedition, Yang Yingfeng also received such news, but that was only the words of the Qiu family's masters. Perhaps they had made up a story in order to shirk responsibility and save face. So the Yang family fourth master didn't dare believe them easily. Not to mention Yang Yingfeng, many others who had heard this news until now still held some skepticism. How could a trivial second-class sect possess such an incredible master? Grand Master really broke through. Xianxia smiled and nodded firmly. With Xianxia's acknowledgement, Yang Yingfeng grinned, standing up and pacing back and forth in the study, suddenly stopping a moment later and letting out a burst of laughter. Good, good! I knew that Master could definitely break through. I just didn't expect it would actually take so long. As he spoke, the Yang family fourth master's face relaxed, seemingly putting down a big stone in his heart. Ling Tai Su had fallen into depression because of his two disciples, causing his cultivation to stagnate for more than a decade. But now that he had broken through, it must mean that he had overcome the worries which had fettered him. Naturally, Yang Yingfeng was happy for him. This disaster was a blessing in disguise for Grand Master. Xianxia spoke earnestly, slowly recanting. The Demon Lord escaped from the coiling dragon stream, fought with the sect's masters, even killing an elder on the spot. He also severely wounded Grand Master. That ungrateful little bastard. Yang Yingfeng couldn't help but scream and curse. The Demon Lord was Yang Yingfeng's junior brother, but his revolt against his sect and the murder of an elder had displayed the Demon Lord's motive to cut their ties. It was only natural for Yang Yingfeng to feel enraged. One day I'll break his dog legs and force him to kneel in front of Master to apologize. Yang Yingfeng was annoyed for a while before collecting himself, hurriedly asking, what happened after? Grand Master was contaminated by demonic qi and lying on his deathbed. But fortunately I arrived back at the sect in time and gave him something that allowed him to recover. You gave him something? Yang Yingfeng's eyes became bigger than pigeon eggs. Dong Suzhu also covered her small mouth in surprise. The husband and wife pair couldn't help holding his breath as they waited in suspense. My own concocted medicinal liquid. I didn't expect it to have such miraculous results. Not only did it pull Grand Master back from the gates of hell, it also helped him to dispel the demonic qi corroding his body. Xianxia eloquently spun his half-true, half-fabricated story. When Grand Master fully recovered, he also broke through. Your own concocted medicinal liquid? Yang Yingfeng's expression went pale with shock. Dong Suzhu patted her chest with his delicate hand, greatly relieved that things had turned out all right. If it hadn't, the responsibility of the death of Ling Tai Su would not have fallen onto the Demon Lord but rather Xianxia. If this was really the case, her husband would have suffered a devastating blow. Xianxia rubbed his nose lightly and explained, actually, I studied a little bit about medicine when I stayed on Medicine King's Valley Hidden Cloud Peak. That's right. Yang Yingfeng suddenly understood. Did you already know? This time it was Xianxia's turn to be surprised. It seemed like this matter was already known to his parents. Honor secretly told us. Dong Suzhu nodded. So that's how it is. Yang Kai thought to himself. Dong Qinghan was his cousin on his mother's side, so it wasn't strange for him to have passed along such news. Grandmaster Xiao is truly worthy of his reputation, Yang Yingfeng proclaimed. Even if he doesn't act personally, just something he taught you can have such a wondrous effect. Nodding his head firmly, Yang Yingfeng's expression became dignified as he said, "Remember, one day, you must thank Grandmaster Xiao personally for his benevolence." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Naturally. Rather, I should go to Hidden Cloud Peak myself. Rescuing the life of my master is equal to rescuing my own. I should express my gratitude to Grandmaster Xiao personally," Yang Yingfeng suddenly said, his words filled with a sincere gratitude. However, Yang Kai suddenly felt awkward. If his father went to Hidden Cloud Peak, it wouldn't take long for him to unravel his story. So Yang Kai quickly interjected, "Father, it's best if you don't go. Grandmaster's temper is a bit odd. Even if you arrive at Hidden Cloud Peak personally, there's not guarantee he'll see you. It's best if you leave this to me." Yang Yingfeng paused and thought about it for a moment before nodding, thinking that what Yang Kai said was right. Many masters from the 8 great families would visit Hidden Cloud Peak to ask Xiao Fushang to refine pills for them, but only a few of them ever had their request answered. Many of them had even come back without once seeing Grandmaster Zhao's shadow. Thinking so, Yang Yingfeng nodded. "Good. When you go, I will prepare an appropriate gift for you to take." And, understood. Yang Kai secretly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Dong Suzhu was suddenly thought of something and excitedly asked, "Kaier, do you remember the way to refine that medicinal liquid?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Of course." Then, Dong Suzhu's heartbeat could not help but accelerate, her eyes filling with expectation and nervousness as she looked towards Yang Kai. As her son, how could Yang Kai not know what she was hoping for? The Yang family 4th master was also injured in the past by the demon lord and to this day still had some residual demonic qi corroding his body. If not for this reason, how could Yang Yingfeng still only have stay as an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator? Even Dong Suzhu was now an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage master. The Yang family 4th master was Ling Tai Su's first disciple while the demon lord was his second disciple. With the demon lord's aptitude, along with a number of chances, he had now reached the above Immortal Ascension boundary. Yang Yingfeng was his senior brother and was obviously thought highly of by Ling Tai Su, so his aptitude was obviously no worse than the demon lord. If not for the injury he had suffered all those years ago, how could Yang Yingfeng only have reached the Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage? At the very least he should have an Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage cultivation. The demonic qi which troubled Yang Yingfeng and Ling Tai Su shared a common source, while the latter's was actually more concentrated. Since that medicinal liquid could dissolve the demonic qi inside Ling Tai Su, it should have no trouble resolving the demonic qi infecting Yang Yingfeng. If he could rid himself of this dark injury, Yang Yingfeng's future prospects would instantly become brighter, even possibly having an opportunity to reach the above Immortal Ascension boundary. Yang Yingfeng's aptitude was top-notch, at least no worse than the Yang family's current patriarch Yang Yinghao. "I can concoct the liquid myself and the materials required aren't too precious." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Hearing his son's words, the Yang family 4th master's breathing also quickened slightly. "I should examine your body's condition first though." "Good." Yang Yingfeng nodded before hastily sitting down in front of Yang Kai, extending out his arm. Yang Kai quickly placed 2 fingers upon the outstretched wrist, circulating his true qi slightly as he examined his father's meridians and physique. When this true qi entered his body, Yang Yingfeng showed a shocked expression, his eyes quickly sizing up his son in amazement. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai's true qi would be so dense and pure. Although it was only a wisp of true qi, the Yang family 4th master could infer from it the quality of true qi in his son's body. Even compared to his own, the potency of Yang Kai's true qi didn't differ much. He was only a true element boundary 7th stage cultivator. If given enough time to accumulate and refine his strength, once he reached the same realm as himself, just how astonishing would his true qi be? This child, he's filled with surprises. Was this really his son? The Yang family 4th master suddenly had a strange thought. After a long time, Yang Kai let out a breath and removed his grip. Well? Dong Suzhu asked anxiously. Far better than Grand Master's condition. But because it's been so many years, the demonic qi has made its way into the dantian. So in order to fully purify it, Father will need to take the Mai elixir for roughly a year. So he can be cured? Dong Suzhu couldn't help shouting when Yang Kai gave his diagnosis, quickly sharing a glance with Yang Yingfeng, both of them clearly seeing the joy in the other's eyes. For many years, the husband and wife pair had seen many famous healers and alchemists, trying various methods to remove the demonic qi from Yang Yingfeng's body to no avail. Even the Yang family's dragon transformation pond proved ineffective. But now, the troubles that have bothered the couple for many years had been instantly solved with Yang Kai's return. Both of them suddenly felt they had best son in the world. Over the next 10 days, Yang Kai secluded himself, telling his parents that he needed some time to concoct the medicinal liquid. A variety of precious materials were delivered to his room, which were of course stored by Yang Kai into the black book space. These materials were not procured by the Yang family, but by Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu themselves. Although these precious treasures weren't rare and shocking, the highest reached mysterious grade low rank. Yang Kai had to let them gather these in order to maintain the illusion of him refining something. Otherwise, if he haphazardly threw together some ordinary ingredients, it would be impossible to believe this medicinal liquid of his could be so miraculous. It wasn't that Yang Kai intended to hide the myriad drug liquid's existence from his parents. It was just that the origin of this miracle drug was too sensitive. After all, it concerned the legacy of Medicine King's Valley's Pill Saint. Let them know about it would do them more harm than good. 10 days later, Yang Kai gave Yang Yingfeng 2 bottles of myriad drug liquid, telling him and Dong Suzhu to only take 1 drop a day. He also gave them a large amount of myriad drug milk, which was the actual key to expelling the demonic qi from his father. The myriad drug liquid was only to help his parents cleanse their bodies. As for the most potent myriad drug cream, Yang Kai didn't plan to give them any at this point. The myriad drug cream could help one understand the martial Tao, so Yang Kai wanted to wait until his parents had reached the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. Although this would be a while from now, Yang Kai wasn't impatient. The Yang family 4th master didn't know the true preciousness of the myriad drug liquid, so he only examined it briefly before setting it aside, turning a serious gaze towards Yang Kai as he solemnly asked, "The inheritance war, do you want to participate?" Yang Kai felt that his father had something more to say than just this, so he didn't immediately reply, instead asking in return, "What does father mean?" Yang Yingfeng couldn't help letting out a sigh. "Your mother and I didn't expected you to have such astonishing growth these past few years, so we originally didn't expect you to want to participate in the inheritance war. Your mother is reluctant to allow you to take part in it." Yang Kai stared at his father for a moment before smiling fiercely, his eyes seemingly ablaze. He had asked what his father meant, but all he was told was what his mother thought. The Yang family 4th master not stating an opinion at all implied that the decision would be his to make alone. "Of course I'll participate," Yang Kai decisively said. "If I become the patriarch, the sect can be revived." "And my thoughts exactly." The father and son looked at each other for a moment before bursting out into laughter, Yang Yingfeng's expression loosening as he muttered, "This is partly your father's selfishness. I owe a great deal to your Grand Master, but now the only way I can repay him is through you. High Heaven Pavilion's inheritance cannot end in your Grand Master's generation. But mother, I'll tell her, so don't worry." Yang Yingfeng waved his hand and declared with pride. "Good." Yang Kai nodded, letting go of his worries. Although it always seemed like Yang Yingfeng was being tossed around by his wife, but when it came to important affairs, the 4th master was still exhibited the demeanor of a family head. Dong Suzhu would only tease him about some irrelevant things but wouldn't truly oppose him when it counted. "Right?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered. "I want to recruit someone who is well-informed, flexible but loyal. Do you know of anyone appropriate? Is there something you need to handle?" Yang Yingfeng's brow rose slightly. The Yang family 4th master pondered for a while before throwing something to Yang Kai, telling him, "Go to Clear Sky Tavern in the North City District and find a man named Pang Chi. He should be of use to you." "Who is he?" Yang Kai fiddled with the object in his hands. quickly discovering that it was blue-colored bamboo not approximately 1 finger in length, slightly resembling a tiny flute. If one were to gently blow on it, a high-pitched sound would result. However, though it resembled bamboo, Xianxia couldn't actually recognize what material it was. It was neither metal, wood, nor jade, but clearly it wasn't ordinary. Bamboo, not gang's leader. Yang Yingfeng smiled slightly. It's a small force I cultivated myself, although the strength of its members isn't very high, but their information collection is first class. If you can make them submit to you, they'll be a good boost for you in the inheritance war. Understood. Xianxia nodded. The Yang family fourth master suddenly wore a guilty expression as he muttered under his breath. Although I have some influence inside the family, I can't give any of it to you because in the inheritance war, no one else from the family can participate except for those approved of by the Elder Assembly. Even if I were to give something to you, you'd be unable to use it. Xianxia nodded lightly. He was already well aware of these rules, so obviously he had no objections. There's still some time left before the inheritance war begins. You can use this time to familiarize yourself with them. Yang Yingfeng smiled meaningfully. Xianxia also grinned and laughed menacingly. Yang Yingfeng's brow couldn't help twitching when he saw this. He had never seen such a dark and conniving side of his son. At that moment, a loud eagle cry suddenly sounded outside the house, causing Yang Yingfeng to frown curiously. A golden feather eagle? On the other then, Xianxia just smiled when he heard this cry. After a while, another eagle call rang out, confirming it was really a golden feather eagle. Yang Yingfeng was suddenly confused. Why would a golden feather eagle come to our house? The golden feather eagles had always been synonymous with the Yang family. Long ago, when the family was still very small, no more than a few people, the Yang family's ancestors had used a special method to tame these monster beasts. Now, a few dozen of these majestic beasts were raised inside the Yang family. After Xianxia returned to the Yang family, the golden feather eagle that had accompanied him had obviously returned to its roost. Now, after being separated for only 10 short days, it had taken the initiative to come look for him. Although Yang Yingfeng didn't know why this golden feather eagle came here, but how could Xianxia not understand? This eagle clearly missed the taste of the myriad drug liquid, so it had come to find Xianxia on its own. The father and son quickly went out and saw several people standing around under a big tree, holding out some meat in their hands towards the golden feather eagle perched above. These pieces of meat were all fresh with a thick bloody appearance, the favorite food of the golden feather eagles. But at the moment, this particular eagle didn't even glance at it, instead staring dedicatedly towards Xianxia's home. Seeing Xianxia appear, the golden feather eagle actually spread his wings and jumped down, instantly flying to Xianxia's shoulder and landing, using its hook-like beak to comb Xianxia's hair intimately. The group of people below the tree could only stare in amazement. Even Yang Yingfeng stared at Xianxia dumbstruck. The golden feather eagles all had high intelligence and arrogant temperaments. Even for those responsible for breeding and raising them within the family had difficulty comforting them when they became irritated. But this golden feather eagle had actually perched atop Xianxia's shoulders of its own volition, treating him as closely as family. This was something that had never happened before. The golden feather eagle still let out the occasional cry. Its crisp voice easily heard a few kilometers away. It seemed to be urgently requesting something. Settle down. Xianxia snorted. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing these words, the golden feather eagle immediately closed its beak and stood on Xianxia's shoulder, motionless. Young master's methods are truly amazing, a maidservant called out as her eyes narrowed slightly, her beautiful face staring towards Xianxia with clear signs of excitement and worship in her expression. Another old servant also smiled and added, "This old man has served the Yang family for many years, yet I've never seen anyone who could make the golden feather eagle act so obediently. Astonishing." "What did you do?" Yang Yingfeng's brow wrinkled as he asked directly. "It probably grew attached to me as we exchanged feelings on the road home." Xianxia smiled, casually talking nonsense. Yang Yingfeng gawked for a moment, obviously not convinced. The difficulty of surrendering a golden feather eagle was naturally famous. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been handed over to non-family disciples to train. The previous generation of Yang family children, Yang Yingfeng among them, had also been found by Golden Feather Eagle when their outside experience came to an end. At that time, although the Yang family fourth master had invested a great deal of time and effort into appealing to the eagle, its attitude towards him had been at best lukewarm. When had such an intimate scene like the one taking place in front of him ever happened? Soon after, one of the servants quickly walked over and said, "Master, young master, there is a man outside named Du Changbai who wishes to meet with you." The Yang family fourth master thought for a moment before nodding. "Invite him in." "Yes, Du Changbai." Yang Yingfeng didn't recognize this name, but he knew that the family which was in charge of raising the Yang family's golden feather eagles was surnamed Du. This Du Changbai was probably chasing after the golden feather eagle and had arrived here. Otherwise, there was no way an outsider would dare casually arrive at a Yang family master's home. Not long after, the servant led an elderly man over. Walking up to Yang Yingfeng and Yang Kai, Du Changbai respectfully cupped his fists and wore a warm smile on his face. Du family eagle custodian greets Yang family fourth master, and greets little lord. Yang Yingfeng nodded in return, calmly asking, "Are you here looking for this golden feather eagle?" "Indeed," Du Changbai replied hastily, his demeanor slightly nervous. "These eagles are quite difficult to train and has mistakenly entered into the fourth master's residence, disturbing the fourth master and the little lord. This Du humbly asks fourth master to forgive its trespass. It's fine that year. These monster beasts also brought me home." Yang Yingfeng shook his head lightly. "If that is all, then bring this eagle back and tend to it carefully." "Yes." Du Changbai nodded repeatedly. "Many thanks for fourth master's consideration." Finished apologizing, Du Changbai smiled awkwardly at the golden feather eagle, bringing his fingers to his lips and whistling a crisp but unintelligible melody. This was the way the Du family would communicate with the golden feather eagles. In the past, whenever Du Changbai blew this tune, the golden feather eagle would obey his instructions. But this time things obviously didn't go according to plan. This particular eagle seemed more sentient than before, turning its head to look at Du Changbai, a tinge of mockery apparent in its sharp gaze. Everyone stood around watching, wanting to observe the mysterious methods used to control these golden feather eagles. Even Yang Yingfeng watched seriously, causing Du Changbai's expression to grow nervous and distraught as time passed. After whistling for quite some time, the golden feather eagle remained completely aloof while Du Changbai's mouth filled with a bitter taste. Du Changbai stopped, awkwardly coughed, and then said to Yang Kai, "Little lord, pardon my offense." Saying so, he took a few steps forward and tried to grab hold of the golden feather eagle standing on Yang Kai's shoulders. "Be careful, it's dangerous," Yang Kai said with a grin. Du Changbai was confused by this warning, but before he could collect himself, the golden feather eagle suddenly made a screech and sent a ray of golden light towards him. Du Changbai's strength wasn't high, only possessing true element 7th stage cultivation. But to block this kind of offhand attack from the golden feather eagle, that was enough. Hastily erecting a true chi barrier in front of him, Du Changbai managed to block the golden light, quickly jumping back a few steps and staring dumbfounded towards the golden feather eagle. Du Changbai had been raising these eagles for many years, but he had never once been attacked like this. He couldn't understand why the heavens had decided to punish him so today. Staring at the golden feather eagle for a long time, Du Changbai only saw a thick hostility from its eyes. As one of the Yang family's eagle trainers who had been serving for several decades, if news of him being attacked like this were to spread, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Du Changbai was very embarrassed at this moment and at a loss about what he should do next. Seeing his embarrassment, Yang Kai grinned helplessly, stealthily extracting a drop of myriad drug liquid from the black book space before gently feeding it to the golden feather eagle under the guise of petting its head, lightly reprimanding it. "You shouldn't cause trouble," the eagle cried out and flapped its wings for a while, seemingly a little reluctant to comply. "Behave," Yang Kai scolded as his brow furrowed. Upon hearing Yang Kai's forceful tone, the golden feather eagle immediately stopped objecting and settled down. Du Changbai couldn't help staring at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with shock and awe, stuttering as he asked, Little Lord, can you communicate with this eagle? Somewhat. Yang Kai readily acknowledged. Du Changbai's expression quickly changed from surprise to unbridled worship. His Du family had relied on a set of profound beast-taming techniques and skills passed down from his ancestors to enter the Yang family's service. As a tamer who specialized in the training of golden feather eagles, he had once thought that his family's methods were unrivaled in this world. But now, the techniques he was so proud of compared with Yang Kai's extraordinary means were as different as clouds and mud. Du Changbai silently thought that even if he cultivated his beast-taming techniques to their peak, it would still be impossible to replicate what Yang Kai had just shown him. For a long time, Du Changbai simply stood there shocked, his expression extremely awkward. There's actually someone in this world who can communicate with monster beasts to such a point. Yang Yingfeng's eyes shone brightly, a thick sense of pride welling up inside his chest. Yang Kai was his son. The more outstanding Yang Kai's performance was, the happier he would be. Although communicating with monster beasts wasn't something heaven-shaking, it was still a valuable skill. Tamer Du. Yang Kai stared at Du Changbai and called out. Called out to like this. Du Changbai blinked a few times before quickly waving his hands. Old Du doesn't dare pull rank. Please call this old man by name, Little Lord. Pay respect where it is due. No one understood how difficult it was to teach the golden feather eagles than Du Changbai, so Yang Kai being able to make it so obedient was naturally worthy of his respect. If I want this eagle, what should I do? How can I acquire it? Yang Kai asked Du Changbai. Little Lord wants this eagle? Du Changbai looked Yang Kai in surprise. Good. I want personal ownership of it, not as a member of the family, Yang Kai quickly said. Du Changbai immediately understood what he meant. It wasn't that the Yang family had any rules forbidding the private ownership of golden feather eagles, but that the golden feather eagles were simply too hard to tame. On top of that, in the end, it was just a fifth-order monster beast equivalent to a true element cultivator. Even if it had various useful abilities, due to how much time needed to be invested to train it, basically no one was willing to do so. But different from the fourth master, the Little Lord seemed able to intuitively communicate with this golden feather eagle. If he could gain sole ownership of it, this single eagle would be a big boost to him. At the very least, it would be an ideal candidate for quickly transmitting orders and information. After taking a deep breath, Du Changbai replied, Please forgive this old man. Little Lord, all golden feather eagles belong to the family. This Du cannot arbitrarily gift it to you. And I understand. Right now, I just want to know how I can take it for myself. You have been raising these eagles for the Yang family for so many years. Hasn't anyone ever taken away one of them? Du Changbai slowly shook his head. No one has ever successfully obtained one of these eagles. Even when the family allowed someone to take one, the eagle wasn't willing to follow them. Yang Yingfeng's brow wrinkled, adding on, If it was any other time, I could use my own contribution merits to help you exchange for this eagle. But right now is a sensitive period. Everything you want, you must find a way to obtain yourself. Yang Kai nodded and understood. It wasn't long until the inheritance war would start, so the family definitely wouldn't allow any of the young lord's relatives to help them in disguise. Du Changbai nodded. Similar to what fourth master has said, you can use your own contribution merits to exchange for this eagle. Pausing for a moment, he then grinned wryly and shook his head. But Little Lord, you just returned to the family, so you probably don't have any stored merits. Merits? Yang Kai eyebrow slightly lifted. What kind of merits would I need to exchange for this eagle? The Yang family fourth master wouldn't have a good estimate of this, so Yang Kai could only look to Du Changbai. The latter thought for a moment before replying. Merits can be gained by giving something to the family that brings obvious benefits, for example, letting an entire force pledge loyalty to Yang family or donating some powerful artifact, martial skill, rare spirit pill, or precious treasure. Yang Kai's eyes immediately shined. Would a mysterious grade martial skill be enough? This statement not only caused Du Changbai's face to change. Even Yang Yingfeng showed a shocked expression. The Yang family fourth master had never imagined that his son had cultivated a mysterious grade martial skill these past few years. Quickly searching his memory, High Heaven Pavilion only had a few trivial mysterious grade low-rank martial skills. all of which were in the hands of Ling Tai Su and the other several elders. Ordinary disciples wouldn't have a chance to even glance at them. Kaier, you wouldn't be... Yang Yingfeng frowned. No, I haven't practiced any of the sect's martial skills. Yang Kai shook his head, understanding that his father was worried about him, revealing the sect's secret inheritance. This time, Yang Yingfeng was even more shocked. If it wasn't a martial skill he learned in the sect, then where did he obtain it from? What exactly did his son experience over these past few years? On the other hand, Du Changbai nodded vigorously. A mysterious grade martial skill is enough. A mysterious grade martial skills was the core inheritance of any great force. Only the most elite of its disciples would have an opportunity to obtain them. Exchanging a mysterious grade martial skill for a fifth-order golden feather eagle, the family had no reason not to accept. Little Lord, do you want old Du to help you with this matter? Most matters regarding the golden feather eagles are handled by this old man. Du Changbai volunteered readily. Good. Many thanks in advance for old Du's work. Little Lord is too polite? Du Changbai hurriedly replied, cupping his fists. Old Du only hopes that Little Lord can spare some time to instruct this old man slightly in the ways of beast taming. If so, old Du will surely repay Little Lord's benevolence. With pleasure. Yang Kai easily agreed. In fact, he also wanted to take a look at the Du family's beast taming techniques, thinking he might be able to learn something to enhance the power of his beast slave seal. Since the Du family could become the Yang family's exclusive eagle caretakers, there must be something special about their monster beast taming techniques. Otherwise the Yang family would have already stolen it from them. Then old Du will go back right away to handle this matter in 1 or 2 days, at most 5 or 6. I should have news for the Little Lord. After Du Changbai received Yang Kai's promise, he was incredibly happy. But looking at the still hostile golden feather eagle, he couldn't help letting out a sigh. Little Lord, this eagle must go back with old Du for the time being. Otherwise, if the family investigates, this old man will be punished. Yang Kai nodded and ordered the golden feather eagle to follow Du Changbai. The golden feather eagle immediately spread its wings and flew into the sky, obediently heading back to its roost. Don't lock it up. It will come to see me once a day, Yang Kai said. Old Du will do so. Du Changbai nodded and bid Yang Yingfeng and Yang Kai farewell, leaving with a big grin on his face. You sure have skills. Yang Yingfeng smiled broadly, generously praising his son. Yang Kai grinned wryly and shook his head. Just a little trick, nothing special. I'll head to the North City District first and won't be back for a few days. When I return I'll tell you about it. Good, you go. Yang Yingfeng nodded, not stopping him. The central capital was too big. If one wanted to walk, it would take several days to get to the North City District from the Yang family home. It was also inconvenient to fly over the city without a certain degree of strength, so Yang Kai could only take out a cloud-treading colt to ride. That night, when Dong Suzhu came back and found that Yang Kai had already left, Yang Yingfeng couldn't escape from her scolding. Her son had come back for less than 2 days before entering secluded retreat for more than 10 days, after which he immediately left for the North City District. Dong Suzhu was naturally upset. The Yang family fourth master let his wife complain all she wanted until Dong Suzhu finally calmed down before casually changing the subject. Kaier has already made us this medicinal liquid and said we should take 1 drop of it every day. That being said, Yang Yingfeng took out the bottle of myriad drug liquid which was given to him by Yang Kai and put it on the table. A drop? Dong Suzhu looked puzzled. Wasn't this meant to help you cleanse the demonic qi in your meridians? How can I drink it? Kaier said that if one takes this regularly they can maintain their youth forever. I want this. Dong Suzhu was so excited that she didn't even wait for her husband to finish speaking before she loudly proclaimed, her previously depressed mood already scattered to the wind. The husband and wife pair obviously didn't really believe that Yang Kai's medicinal liquid could really make one retain their youth forever. But regardless, it was something their son had given them. So even if it was a glass of water, nothing could be sweeter. After taking out a pair of glasses, Yang Yingfeng carefully poured out a drop of this elixir into each before turning to his wife, the two of them frowning as they looked at each other. 1 drop at a time. It wasn't really drinking. After it wet their lips it would be all but gone. Why not pour some more? In any case, it's not poison. It also has a sweet fragrance. Dong Suzhu proposed, her face eager to try. Might as well. Yang Yingfeng nodded casually, pouring out some more of this medicinal liquid into his wife's cup before adding to his own. Fill your cup. Since this can cleanse the demonic qi in your body, it shouldn't be bad for you to drink a little more. Following his wife's suggestion, the Yang family fourth master really filled up his cup. The two picked up their glasses, Dong Suzhu laughing naughtily as she wrapped her arm around her husband's before bringing the glass to her lips. The fourth master also smiled warmly, the husband and wife acting just as they had on their wedding night, draining their glasses in one gulp. As the myriad drug liquid poured down their throats, both of them licked their lips and carefully savored its taste. This medicinal liquid was extremely fragrant, and its taste was also exquisite. Both of them couldn't help marveling at their son's concoction. The aftertaste was simply marvelous. Looking at each other, the Yang family fourth master and his wife were just about to give their thoughts on this medicinal liquid, when suddenly their expressions changed dramatically. Immediately, both their faces became blood red, and in the instant their true qi swelled madly. At the same time, from their abdomens, a horrifying amount of energy burst forth. Both of their faces were filled with shock as an intense pressure shot out from their bodies, instantly transforming all the nearby furniture into dust before blowing holes in the surrounding walls. Rampant blades of true qi leaving deep marks on everything remaining in their surroundings. Without the slightest hesitation, the husband and wife quickly sat down and began circulating their secret arts, desperately trying to control the huge amount of raw energy flooding through their meridians. Central Capital, North City District, Clear Sky Tavern. Yang Kai, wearing a set of cyan robes, crossed his hands behind his back and stepped inside. The slightly obese shopkeeper behind the front counter immediately showed a big grin and asked, "Is this young lord here to rest or eat?" Yang Kai's attire was uncommon, and he had ridden here on a cloud-treading colt, catching the attention of everyone in the tavern. The shopkeeper's eyes were naturally not bad, so he knew that this youth's origins were definitely not low, so he dared not be inattentive. "I'm looking for someone," Yang Kai said indifferent, casually placing a green bamboo knot token on the counter. When he saw this token, the face of the shopkeeper suddenly became very dignified, quickly running out from behind the counter and whispering, "Young lord, please follow me." Yang Kai put away the token, nodded slightly, and then followed the shopkeeper to the back of the store. Although Clear Sky Tavern also did some ordinary business that was mainly just a cover for the outside world, the true face of Clear Sky Tavern was actually the Bamboo Knot Gang. In the central capital, there was more than just the 8 great families. There were countless forces, some exposed to the light, others lurking in the shadows. However, all of these forces were supported or controlled by one of the 8 great families, and were mainly responsible for handling things that the 8 great families found inconvenient to do themselves. The Bamboo Knot Gang was just one of these forces, and compared to other similar forces, it was actually rather small. After passing through the Clear Sky Tavern, Yang Kai came to a huge courtyard where many cultivators were sparring with one another, either one-on-one or in groups of 3 to 5. Yang Kai casually glanced around and found that the strength of the people here really wasn't that high, the strongest only having peak true element cultivations, the majority actually still at the separation and reunion boundary, while a few were only at the chi transformation stage. In the central capital, almost all cultivators with slightly good aptitudes were gathered up by the 8 great families. Those who weren't were naturally a mixed bag. Yang Kai didn't care too much, but the cultivators who were sparring, seeing the fat shopkeeper respectfully leading Yang Kai through the courtyard, couldn't help but show some surprise, some of them quietly whispering to one another, wondering who this youth was. After passing through the huge courtyard, the two came to a large hall. There were some cultivators in front of the hall, all of them looking somewhat on edge, staring around vigilantly. When Yang Kai and the fat shopkeeper appeared before them, all of the guards' eyes inevitably turned to stare at them. Stopping in front of these guards, the fat shopkeeper hurriedly smiled and said, "For master has sent someone, please inform the sect master." One of those cultivators looked Yang Kai over, his brow wrinkling slightly as he asked, "How come I've never seen him before? Are you sure the 4th master sent him?" The fat shopkeeper nodded firmly. Naturally, He has the fourth master's token on him. The man nodded, no longer asking any question, simply saying, "Wait one moment." Not saying another word, the guard turned around and walked into the hall. A moment later, the guard returned and said to Yang Kai, "Sect Master said that you should go to the tavern to rest first. After he's finished discussing some matters, he will come see you." Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not expecting that he would actually be shut out. This was interesting. Inside the hall, there seemed to be some kind of quarrel going on. The voices of several people shouting was loud enough to hear even though he was outside. Yang Kai released his divine sense, not only to understand what the people inside were saying, but also to learn about the situation. Not long after, Yang Kai's expression grew cold, unable to stop himself from snorted. "Young lord, would you like to return to the tavern first?" The fat shopkeeper carefully proposed. "No need, I'll go in." Yang Kai shook his head and walked towards the hall. "Please wait." The guard who had spoken with him just now wanted to stop Yang Kai, but the instant he spoke he suddenly found himself flying through the air, a scorching hot true chi exploding in front of him, flooding into his meridians, causing him to fall unconscious before he even landed. With a few muffled sounds, several cultivators in front of the main hall suddenly fell to the ground, and before the fat shopkeeper could recover from his shock, Yang Kai had already arrived at the front door. With a bang, the closed doors opened and Yang Kai casually strode into the hall. There were probably a dozen or cultivators inside sitting around a large table, all of them wearing a gloomy expression on their face. It seemed like the argument they were having was quite fierce. Some of them even had signs that their true chi circulation was unstable. Yang Kai's gaze turned slightly and fixed on the person at the head of the table. This person's expression was amiable and he was dressed in a very scholarly style. He seemed to have the temperament of a calm, mature man with refined look. However, his brows were thoroughly furrowed, a faint trace of sorrow and helplessness apparent in his eyes. Bamboo Knot Gang's sect master, Pang Chi. It was difficult to connect his name with his refined temperament. Yang Kai throwing open the doors had naturally disturbed everyone inside. The moment he walked in, the fierce quarrels immediately stopping, everyone turning their eyes in amazement to the intruding youth, several of them frowning in displeasure. However, the majority of the cultivators inside wore dignified expression, all of them clearly understanding that Yang Kai was the person Yang Yingfeng had sent. Pang Chi quickly got up, waving to the fat shopkeeper, signaling him to draw back before he himself wore a forced smile, cupped his fists and asked, "May this humble one ask young lord's name?" "Yang family's Yang Kai." When these words came out, everyone couldn't help trembling in shock. They had thought that this youth was at most a messenger Yang Yingfeng had sent. In the past, the Bamboo Knot Gang was contacted by Yang Yingfeng in a similar fashion whenever he had instructions for them. But once Yang Kai reported his name, everyone realized that the situation was different from what they had thought. This youth was obviously one of the young lords who had just returned to Yang family. In all likelihood, he was the Yang family fourth master's son. Recognizing the Yang Kai's extraordinary identity, all of them hastily stood up, Pang Chi scrambling forward and bowing respectfully. Bamboo Knot Gang's Pang Chi didn't know it was the young lord who had come to visit and failed to prepare an appropriate greeting. "Many apologize, young lord. Many apologize, young lord." Everyone else shouted in unison. "Never mind that." Yang Kai waved his hand casually, obviously not caring about such matters. Pang Chi couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Previously, when he was unaware of his identity, he had let Yang Kai go back to the tavern to rest and wait for him. If this young lord had been upset and blamed him, Pang Chi probably would be able to see tomorrow's sunrise. For a time, Pang Chi felt cold sweat drip down his back as he secretly thanked the heavens for being merciful. "Young lord, please sit down." Pang Chi quickly motioned. Yang Kai nodded lightly, then went straight to the head position and sat down without the slightest hesitation. Pang Chi smiled and stood aside, unable to help feeling slightly tense. Everyone else who was still standing in place also awkwardly shifting their eyes back and forth. They had never been in contact with any of the Yang family's children, so at this moment they naturally felt some psychological pressure. On top of that, none of them knew what purpose Yang Kai had come here for. Thinking about the quarrel they were having just now, Several of them couldn't help cold sweat from pouring down their foreheads. Yang Kai grabbed a fragrant fruit, leaned back in his chair and put his feet up on the table, assuming a comfortable position to eat. It was as if he didn't understand the slightest bit of etiquette. His performance no different from a local ruffian. Seeing his behavior, everyone in the hall suddenly felt slightly more relaxed. Their origins were very low, so seeing Yang Kai act so casually, naturally the invisible pressure they felt reduced slightly. Not bad. Yang Kai took a few bites before throwing the half-eaten piece of fruit back onto the table, finally looking up at everyone and waving, "Sit down." All eyes turned towards Pang Chi instinctively, the latter nodding slightly, silently telling all of them to take a seat. Gently coughing twice, Pang Chi cautiously asked, "This humble servant dares ask, young lord coming to visit my bamboo knot gang at this time, is it possibly at the request of the fourth master?" "No," Yang Kai shook his head. "I've just come here to play, and you don't need to care about me. It seems that you all were discussing something important. Continue. I'll just sit here and listen." After that, Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he swept his eyes over the crowd. Everyone in the room couldn't help lowering their eyes, keeping silent. Pang Chi smiled awkwardly and said, "Just some trivial disagreements. This one fears that if young lord remains, he will only be bored. Perhaps young lord would like to return to the tavern first." "Nonsense. Continue." Yang Kai casually dismissed Pang Chi's suggestion. Pang Chi's expression became bitter, not having expected this young lord to be so difficult to handle. Yang Kai sat up straight suddenly and smiled again. Right, when I was outside the hall just now, I thought I heard someone calling out Hua family. Hua family, what exactly were to discussing? By all means, speak up. I've been away from the central capital for so many years, so I'm not that well informed about current events. I'm very interested in this Hua family. Hearing Yang Kai's word, everyone inside the hall paled in panic. "No one dares to speak?" Yang Kai's tone dropped sharply, his eyes suddenly becoming cold. "Young lord, actually what happened is..." Pang Chi quickly spoke. He knew that from the start. This young lord had already heard something. Otherwise he wouldn't be acting so aggressive. However, Pang Chi hadn't had time to finish explaining before Yang Kai took action. His true chi surging as the hall was suddenly filled with blood-red flower petals. These sharp petals gave off a cold and murderous aura, instantly crashing towards 4 people in the room. 3 of these 4 couldn't even respond before they were enveloped by the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, immediately suffering hundreds of cuts to their bodies, each of them letting out pitiful screams. Only one Immortal Ascension boundary first stage expert managed to dodge this attack, but before he could escape from the hall, a blood-red sword chi had already arrived in front of him. Honk! With a bang, the whole hall was suddenly filled with a torrent of swirling true chi, quickly falling into disorder. The man took the sword chi strike full on, his face draining of all color, apparently hurt quite seriously. Immediately he realized the horrifying strength and ruthlessness of Yang Kai, not daring to stick around, turning to the door and fleeing with all his might. But before he could reach the hall's entrance, countless blood-red petals blocked his way, the next moment shooting towards him like 1,000 arrows, the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia displaying its full might once again. The man's expression cramped up as he hurriedly backtracked. Suddenly, a purple ray of light shot through the air and arrived at the man's forehead, instantly sending an unbearable pain through his knowledge sea, causing him to fall to the ground not far from Yang Kai's. Yang Kai stood there motionless, lifting the crimson sword in his hand and thrusting forward unemotionally. Pooh! The man was run through directly, his Immortal Ascension body no better than a thin piece of paper before the strike. When Yang Kai drew his sword out, copious amounts of blood spurt from the wound, the Immortal Ascension boundary first stage master falling softly to the ground a moment later. Sweeping his eyes across the rest of the people in the hall, Yang Kai said in a cold voice, "Accept bribes from the Hua family? You'll have to pay for that money with your life." Hearing this naked threat, everyone in the room paled. Pang Chi stared at Yang Kai with horror, his eyes trembled fiercely, a cold chill shooting up his spine. Of the 4 who were killed, except for the one Immortal Ascension first stage expert, the rest were at least true element boundary 8th stage cultivators. This level of cultivation wasn't anything significant in terms of the entire central capital, but it was already an apex master for the Bamboo Knot Gang. The people who gathered here were of humble origins and lacked good secret arts and martial skills, so it wasn't easy for any of them to reach such a realm. But in an instant, these 4 people had been killed. The cold, decisive ruthlessness of the Yang family 4th master's son was obvious to all. The expressions of everyone else inside the hall all underwent a massive change. Each of them now staring at Yang Kai in horror, their hearts filled with fear. It wasn't until this point that all of them truly realized the tyranny of the 8 great families. Among the people inside, Pang Qi had the highest cultivation at the Immortal Ascension 2nd stage, but he knew that it was impossible for him to kill these 4 people in such a short period of time like Yang Kai just did. Didn't that mean if the 2 of them were to fight right now, he wasn't even worthy of being his opponent? Such a terrifying young man. How can a true element 7th stage youth have such horrifying combat power? Who else wants to submit to the Hua family? I don't mind sending him off. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he calmly swept his eyes over everyone in the hall. Yo, young lord, this humble servant asks you to show mercy. Pang Qi's voice trembled as he fumbled over his words. The 4 people who had wanted to submit to the Hua family had all been killed. The rest of the people remaining all strongly opposed them and were only here to discuss the current state of the central capital. Pang Qi was really afraid that in anger, Yang Kai would slaughter the innocent along with the guilty. However, just now this young lord had clearly been outside the hall, so how could he instantly know that these 4 people were the ones with traitorous thoughts? This young lord's methods were really incomprehensible. Yang Kai nodded gently, withdrawing his killing intent as he took back his 2 artifacts and sat down slowly. Seeing this, everyone else couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Pang Qi wiped the cold sweat on his forehead before rushing outside and shouting. After a short time, a guard rushed over, cupped his fists and asked, "What does Sect Master require?" "Take these ungrateful bastards out and bury them." Pang Qi pointed at the 4 bodies. The guard glimpsed inside, but after seeing the bloody scene, his face instantly paled, hurriedly running out and summoning some helpers over, all of them trembling slightly as they dragged the still warm bodies out. With the thick bloody smell still lingering about, everyone inside the hall breathed somewhat awkwardly, all of them waiting for Yang Kai to speak. "From today onward, the Bamboo Knot Gang will submit to me." Yang Kai spoke offhandedly, his tone light and casual. "Does anyone have any objections?" "None. Bamboo Knot Gang is the 4th Master's attached force. Young Lord is the 4th Master's son, and this humble servant is willing to follow the commands of the young Master." Pang Qi quickly said. "Good. Tell me about the Hua family situation." When he was outside the hall, Yang Kai had only heard a few words and didn't understand the whole picture. Pang Qi paused for a moment to gather his thoughts before truthfully recanting the contents of the quarrel. The Hua family was also one of the central capital's 8 great families and naturally supported a number of hanger-on forces. Right now, it wasn't the Hua family who wanted the Bamboo Knot Gang to submit to them, but just another of these subordinate forces. This force had already promised a lot of benefits and most likely bribed a few of the core members of the Bamboo Knot Gang, so just now, those members had been the ones stirring up trouble. The majority, headed by Pang Qi, didn't want to betray Yang Ingfeng, but 4 of the gang's core members disagreed. People seek higher heights just like water flows down to the sea. Although the Bamboo Knot Gang was supported by the Yang family 4th Master, but for many years they hadn't even seen Yang Ingfeng's face, so they were naturally not that loyal. With some external forces interfering, some of them would inevitably be tempted. Moreover, even if they betrayed Yang Ingfeng with the personality of the Yang family 4th Master, it was likely he wouldn't pursue it, but if they were to refuse the olive branch offered by the Hua family, it would likely lead to trouble. So obviously, those 4 members didn't have much resistance to the Hua family, only thinking about seeking better prospects. But now, those 4 had all been killed. Naturally, no one made any noise about this issue again. After listening to Pang Qi's remarks, Yang Kai nodded lightly, confident that he wasn't concealing anything or trying to deceive him. "Finish explaining," Pang Qi quietly sat, no longer speaking, everyone in the room staring towards Yang Kai hesitantly, seemingly waiting for instructions. Remaining silent for a long time, Yang Kai finally said, "Before I arrived, I had meant to show you some sincerity and slowly win you over, but now I have neither the time nor intention to do so. I will participate in Inheritance War soon. If you follow me, you will also participate in the Inheritance War. This is an opportunity as well as a gamble. No one here is a child, you should all understand this." Everyone nodded. No one sitting in the hall was younger than 30. If anyone could be considered a child here, only Yang Kai would qualify, so hearing him speak to them so inevitably made them feel somewhat awkward. "I'll offer you a choice. If you don't want to participate in this inheritance war, you may leave now and I won't pursue it. But this opportunity will only be available to you once. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to again." Closing his mouth, Yang Kai waited quietly. Everyone glanced around at each other. Hearing Yang Kai speak so candidly was beyond their expectations, coupled with him decisively killing 4 people just now. Everyone couldn't help but realize that this Yang family young lord seemed to be an extremely resolute person that disdained wasting his breath. For a while, no one dared to get up and leave. Pang Qi eventually cracked a smile and said, "Those of us here, though many have never had the honor of meeting the fourth master, have for many years taken shelter in the shade of his figure, only obtaining all we have now thanks to him. Now that the young lord has need of us, we are naturally willing to serve." His words were neither hot nor cold. Obviously, he hadn't wholeheartedly recognized Yang Kai. About this point, Yang Kai was also clear. However, just as he had said, he had neither the time nor the intent to thoroughly win over the Bamboo Knot Gang as he had with the 2 blood warriors. Nodding, Yang Kai grinned fiercely. "I can tell you clearly, if you follow me, it won't necessarily be good for you. But if you don't follow me, there will definitely be bad things in your future." Seeing his barely hidden demonic smile, everyone in the room felt a slight chill shoot up their back. Everyone in the hall immediately stood up and said with one voice, "We are willing to serve the young lord." With Yang Kai saying things so straightforwardly, if they didn't know what to do at this point, they would be no better than fools. "Good. Everyone sit." Yang Kai smiled dangerously. "Pang Qi, you sit too." "Yes." Pang Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead again, thinking that the young lord and the fourth master were complete opposites in terms of character. "How many members are there in the Bamboo Knot Gang?" Yang Kai asked. "Young lord, there are probably around 600 members currently." 600 people? Yang Kai frowned. Although this number wasn't that high, it wasn't too shabby either. "How about everyone's strength?" Pang Qi smiled awkwardly and replied, "Most of them are separation and reunion cultivators, while about 30% have reached the true element boundary. As for Immortal Ascension boundary masters, there are only 3 of us, but just now, one person already. One of the 3 Immortal Ascension masters had just been killed by Yang Kai, so now there were only 2 remaining. One of them was an Immortal Ascension boundary first stage, the other a second stage. This kind of high-end strength was really quite pitiful. However, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of disappointment. He didn't want to control the Bamboo Knot Gang in order to add to his fighting strength. "Are all 600 people in the central capital now?" "Yes. If the young lord needs it, I can have them mobilize at once." Pang Qi nodded. "Call up 200 people. I need them to inquire about the whereabouts of a group of people." "Yes, young lord." Yang Kai had Pang Qi quickly write down the appearance and characteristics of Su Yen and several of High Heaven Pavilion's core members. "Also, find another 50 nimble members to act as messengers. Have them stand by as soon as possible." "Yes." Pang Qi didn't know what Yang Kai wanted so many messengers for, but since he was told to prepare them, all he had to do was obey. "Right, what is the main business of the Bamboo Knot Gang?" Yang Kai asked. Pang Qi awkwardly smiled. "The gang's main business is to run some taverns, inns, tea houses, and restaurants. The gang's disciples also will often pick up some odd jobs in the city." "How much do you have in your reserves?" Pang Qi's expression became even more embarrassed at this question. After a long time finally saying, "Right now, the gang has about 500,000 silvers in storage." "So poor." Yang Kai was stunned. Everyone in the hall had a red face, Pang Chi reluctantly replying, "It's not easy to make a living in the central capital. The influence of the 8 great families was simply too strong. Those secret forces who had powerful backers would often get better jobs and even some rewards from their back forces." Although the Bamboo Knot Gang was supported by Yang Yingfeng, the Yang family 4th master didn't have much status inside the Yang family, and for these past many years, in order to cure his dark injuries, he had also constantly been searching for famous alchemists and healers, which was no small expense. As a result, he couldn't offer too much in terms of resources or money to assist the Bamboo Knot Gang. It was no wonder that 4 core members had been won over by the Hua family. After understanding all this, Yang Kai took out a stack of silver coins and handed it to Pang Chi. "For now, use this money." Looking at the big stack of silver coins, everyone couldn't help but breathe a little harder. With so many silver coins, they had to be worth at least a few million silvers. This young master of theirs was really generous. Pang Chi froze up for a moment but didn't reject, instead just thanking Yang Kai. Seeing his performance, Yang Kai smiled lightly. "For now, do what I've asked. I'll come again soon with more instructions." Saying so, Yang Kai stood up and walked out. Everyone in the hall quickly stood up and respectfully bid him farewell. After Yang Kai left, all the Bamboo Knot Gang's core members glanced around at each other. "Sect Master, how much money did the young lord give us?" Someone eventually couldn't help but ask. Counting carefully, Pang Chi said after a moment, 3 million. 3 million. Naturally, these were the silvers Lu Liang had given Yang Kai, and now they had been transferred to the Bamboo Knot Gang. Several sharp breaths were heard as everyone in the hall clamored. "The 4th master's son is much more up front than the 4th master. Yeah, although this young master is ruthless, blunt and direct, he is by no means an evil man. From what I can tell, he is actually quite generous." Pang Chi calmly said, "Now that we've accepted others' money, no of us can have any traitorous thoughts. Don't forget, this new young lord of ours doesn't hesitate to kill." Everyone suddenly trembled and nodded solemnly, all of them remembering the sight of their 4 former companions dying before them. From the Bamboo Knot Gang, Yang Kai didn't expect too much, only asking them to inquire about intelligence and pass on information. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the gang was a loose collection of rabble. Any decent master could easily destroy them. If it weren't for their other utility value, Yang Kai wouldn't have paid them a second glance. Pang Chi accepting the huge sum of money he had presented without hesitation was a type of statement expressing his loyalty. Yang Kai naturally understood this. Walking out from the Bamboo Knot Gang, Yang Kai mounted his colt and started heading back. Halfway home, he suddenly heard someone call out to him from above. Looking towards where the voice came from, Yang Kai's eyes eventually fixed on a window of the 2nd floor of a nearby restaurant where his brother Yang Zhao was smiling and waving. "Little brother Kai, come up here." Yang Kai frowned, not having expected to meet his brother here. However, he had no reason to refuse, so he leapt off his cloud-treading colt and strode over to the restaurant. When Yang Kai stepped onto the 2nd floor and entered a private room where Yang Zhao sat, he was immediately greeted by several sharp glances. "Second brother?" Yang Kai politely greeted him, quickly sweeping his eyes around, a little startled by what he saw. Although most of the people present were unfamiliar to him, but from the dress and temperament of these young lords and young ladies, Yang Kai could immediately judge that their backgrounds weren't small. Come, come, come." Yang Zhao enthusiastically pulled Yang Kai over, pointing towards a youth sitting at the other end of the table, touching the chin with one hand and smiling. "Do you remember who this is?" Yang Kai glanced over before smiling slightly. "Fifth brother." The Yang family's younger generation 5th eldest, Yang Kong, was Yang Zhao's blood-related brother. Yang Kai naturally recognized him, but he didn't expect that he had already returned to the central capital. Yang Kong looked over at Yang Kai but didn't say a word, only nodding his head lightly, his expression neither warm nor cold. When brothers meet, their interactions should not be this dull. Of course, Yang Kai did not say anything in return to the obvious contempt he was thrown with. Everyone else in the room stared at Yang Kai with a playful look, seemingly wanted to observe his flustered and embarrassed look, but seeing his completely indifferent expression, all of them couldn't help feeling disappointed. Yang Zhao, on the other hand, didn't seem to notice the awkward atmosphere at all, still very enthusiastically introducing Yang Kai to everyone. Sure enough, the youths here were all children of the 8 great families. Kong family Kong Zhan, Gao family Gao Rangfeng, Yi family Yi Xian Ro. These 3 were all leaders of the younger generation of their respective families. At this moment, they were meeting with a Yang family young lord, so it was obvious they were intending to participate in the inheritance war. The only uncertainty was whose side they would take. When the introductions were completed, and everyone was seated, Yang Kong suddenly smiled and stared at Yang Kai. "Brother Kai, I heard that you only spent half a day in the dragon transformation pond." Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, I had a problem with my aptitude. There was no benefit in staying." Yang Kong chuckled and said dismissively, "For you that's already quite good, no? Little 5. Yang Zhao snorted and glowered at him, immediately patting Yang Kai's shoulder and said comfortingly, "Your 5th brother has always been straightforward like this. Don't mind him. The dragon transformation pond also isn't as magical as rumors make it out to be. I stayed there for 4 days but didn't gain much benefit from it. 2nd brother is amazing." Yang Kong looked shocked. "I couldn't stand it after only 3 days. I heard that your Yang family's dragon transformation pond could not only cleanse one's body but was also a good place to test one's aptitude. Right?" Yi Xian Ro pursed her lips, smiled elegantly. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng also showed interest in this topic, Kong Zhan even interjecting, "I also heard that the longer you stay in it, the better your aptitude is." Yang Zhao looked at Yang Kai a bit awkwardly before nodding slightly. "What you say isn't wrong, but in fact, it's not that simple. No one can know for certain what a person's aptitude is, so how could a trivial dragon transformation pond really test it? But the shorter one can insist, the worse their aptitude is, that much is true." Yang Kang's face smiled broadly as he stared at Yang Kai. "Little brother Kai shouldn't worry too much. When we last met, I recall you couldn't cultivate at all, yet now I hear you've entered the true element boundary. This is already a great fortune for you. One should know how to be content with what they've been given. You should also have some discretion, right, 5th brother?" Yang Kai shot back. Yang Kong's shaming him was obvious. How could he not see it? Towards this cousin of his, Yang Kai was neither close nor hostile. But Yang Kang's harsh words and thinly veiled contempt were still quite uncomfortable to listen to. Facing such provocation, Yang Kai didn't bother giving his cousin any face. It seemed like Yang Kai daring to talk back to him had stunned Yang Kong quite a bit. The 3 young children from the 8 great families were even more surprised, none of them having expected the Yang family's youngest to be so overbearing. Yang Zhao staggered for a moment before letting out a laugh. Now, don't fight. The dragon transformation pond is just a puddle of water. The future of my Yang family can't be decided by something so simple." "Indeed." Kong Zhan nodded slightly before grinning wryly. "All you Yang family children are savage tigers. For these past few years, the central capital's younger generation has been dominated by our 7 families. But now that all of you are back, it seems we'll have to surrender the stage. Brother Kong is far too modest, the central capital is so big, and my Yang family can't possibly swallow it all. The future here will be shared between all of us." Gao Rangfeng's brow wrinkled suddenly and asked, "How many of your Yang family's direct descendants have returned already?" 4. Yang Zhao's expression quickly became solemn. "In addition to the 3 of us, 4th brother Yang Xinwu has also returned, but 4th brother was seriously injured on the way back, almost killed. Right now the elders are trying to heal his wounds, but I'm not sure what the situation is right now." Yang Kai's expression also became cold while Yang Kang's face became very ugly. On the way back, all of them had been ambushed by a number of masters. But their luck wasn't bad and they had all managed to return safely. But Yang Xian Wu didn't manage to escape unharmed. The tallest tree must face the wind. Yang Zhao smiled helplessly, shaking his head slowly. But now, the family has sent out more masters to rendezvous with the others, so I believe that everyone else shouldn't encounter too much trouble. There was also news that Big Brother Yang Wei will soon arrive. "Big Brother is back?" Yang Kong asked anxiously. Yang Zhao glanced at him with a grin. It'll still be about 2 to 6 days before he arrives at the central capital. Yang Kang's look suddenly turned bitter, obviously somewhat worried about Yang Wei's return. It seems the central capital is going to be lively again. Yi Xianro smiled coyly. Lu Qingyao won't be lonely anymore. When Yi Xianro mentioned Lu Qingyao, everyone, including Yang Zhao, suddenly wore a dignified expression. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao was the central capital's first young lord. Although he was still a member of the younger generation, it was rumored that he had already reached the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. Such aptitude was difficult to encounter even once in 100 years. Lu Qingyao would certainly have an unparalleled influence on the central capital for decades to come. For this time's inheritance war, whoever could win him over would secure themselves a big boost. I really hope the inheritance war will start as soon as possible, so we can witness the methods of your Yang family's descendants. Kang Zhan smiled sharply, his expression filled with enthusiasm. Haha, brothers and sisters? Yang Zhao smiled heartily. I'll do my best to not let you down. Gao Rangfeng nodded. I only hope when the time comes, if we happen to be on opposite sides, you'll show us some mercy. Likewise. Not long after the discussion ended, Yang Kai got up and left. Looking at his disappearing back, the young lords and young lady from the 3 families felt slightly surprised. Yang Zhao and Yang Kong hadn't made any overt overtures, nor did they show any obvious intentions, but all 3 of them knew that since the 2 of them sat here, they clearly had some thoughts about winning them over. They also at least spoke some flattery. But Yang Kai was different. From beginning to end, he said nothing about the inheritance war or anything else for that matter. Didn't he have any ideas about them? Was his display arrogance or confidence? Or perhaps he had already given up from the start? The 3 youths all had slightly wrinkled brows as they pondered over this mystery. Perceiving the 3 youths' moods from their expressions, Yang Kong snorted disdainfully. Second brother, it's not that I'm intentionally aiming at 9th brother. I just don't believe people like him should participate in the inheritance war, so he won't embarrass himself. Yang Zhao couldn't help chuckling at these words. 5th brother? You shouldn't underestimate our youngest brother. He definitely has some means. Means? What means? I can't see anything worth mentioning. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became awkward as he muttered. Let me ask you, the 2 blood warriors who escorted you home, how did they act towards you? Yang Kong wore a disgruntled look as he bitterly said, Don't mention them. I actually feel like it's a relief to be away from them. Those 2 were like stone statues the whole time, all but ignoring me entirely, no matter what I said to or asked them. It really makes me wonder if they see me as a young lord or not. Yang Zhao showed a meaningful smile after a while and said, The 2 who came with me acted similarly right up until the end, but the 2 blood warriors who came back with 9th brother were actually respectful and polite to him. Well, surprised. What? Impossible. The blood warriors all have eyes on top of their heads. How could they possibly act respectfully towards him? Brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yang Kong obviously didn't believe what Yang Zhao had said, shaking his head almost unconsciously. That's why I said our little brother has his means. Yang Zhao quickly affirmed. Yang Kong's expression was stunned, his brow suddenly furrowing, not knowing what to say or think. It was only after a long silence that he muttered, Second brother, you think too highly of him, with such terrible aptitude. No matter his means, he's still destined for mediocrity at best. As the 2 brothers spoke, the other 3 juniors in the room all smiled lightly and listened, showing no intention to interject. They too thought that Yang Kai's performance today was too bland, unlike how a Yang family young lord who would participate in inheritance war should act. But thinking so, they also felt somewhat suspicious, wondering just how the Yang family's youngest lord was intending to contend during the inheritance war. The Yang family 4th master's residence. When Yang Kai arrived back home, it was already dark, but upon entering the main house, the head servant came over to him in a flurry and anxiously said, Thank goodness you're back, little lord. Yang Kai was surprised and curiously asked, What happened? Master and mistress had some kind of accident, the servant said as he hurriedly pulled Yang Kai towards the dining hall. Please come quickly. An accident? What exactly happened? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became anxious, quickly releasing his divine sense to quietly observe the entire mansion, immediately locating his father and mother's position.